Let's roll! Welcome for another month of pain. Hamburger. Can't believe it, I was robbed! Pickpockets in London? You... what? Ha! Party Peter. Everyone grab your honkers, give the big squeeze. Everyone grab your honkers, give the big squeeze. Honk. Biggest dickest Party Peter. I've got it. It's yeah, I'm looking for a biggest dickest. Everyone grab your honkers, give the big squeeze. Everyone grab your honkers, give the big squeeze. Honk. Biggest dickest Party Peter. White lightning, my friend. I have the power!
No, I've become a gaming wizard.
We're back, baby! And we're broker than ever!
forgot. Having a friend who's a gaming wizard sure would help a lot. Can't beat the boss without a team. Efforts and plans when in need. The ragtag crew from around the world. Games last fun. All aboard! Some say premiere. Friend to you, a friend to all. Always with a smile, always messing up. A cup goes flying, a head hits the desk, nothing works. Oh well, fun wasn't had, marbles were played. It's something to enjoy that never gets old.
Kept waiting.
Bringing us together, a challenge to endeavor and the love of life. It is strategy, fighting, or adventure. Style for everyone, the center for adventure. Come on down and sit a while. Relax, chillax, and feel the vibe. Premier 2 has got to be every game he beats is secret to beats.
No, I've become a gaming wizard.
This is our town, scrub.
Many fall in the face of chaos, but not this one. Not today.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
It's time for Premier 2.
彼は偉大でも最高だ。バトゲームやチャットしてくれる。もうどうにも止まらない。
Isn't that insane?
This podcast gotta commit.
We're not going to have time to fix it. I think we should just...
限界を超えろ。かわいいですね。
Are you ready, true believers? And welcome to another thrilling... What the hell? They stole my camera too? What's going on here? I don't even have a camera? How did they get in here? What the f*** is going on? You gotta be joking. No!
It's time for Premier 2. He's the greatest athlete, the biggest greatest hawk in the league. He's gonna play some games and shout with me and you. We never asked for this, but he's come too far to win. This podcast gotta commit.
Okay. Might be a good stream, Ray.
Quiet, listener.
Okay. Welcome to another thrilling edition of Premier 2. My name is Peter, and thank you for joining me on a very cold and chilly night here in Tokyo, Japan.
This is our town.
We're back,
scrub.
baby. We are back. How are you guys doing? It's been a
This is
little
our
over a
town,
week.
scrub.
There were some ups. There were some downs. I have some stories for you guys so that at least we can share a lot of the, well, how can I put it lightly? London f***ing sucks.
This is our town, scrub.
It's so bad. It's so bad. Actually, I like London. I think those are great places.
Scrub.
But I learned an awful lot, my friends. I'm going to give you guys the entire details,
This is our town,
but I might
scrub.
need to turn down that notification of the thief telling me, "This is our town, scrub."
That's funny.
Yo, the cunning fox. Oh my God. Thank you so much, man. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Wow.
This is our town, scrub.
The first vacation I've had in a very long time. Just me and the missus. What could possibly go wrong when you put your passport, all your money, and a spare credit card in one blue pouch?
This is our town, scrub.
I can actually answer that question. I can actually answer that question in detail. Very detailed in a few minutes.
This is our town, scrub.
But we're not going to, look, we're not going to point any fingers. We're not going to blame anybody except for the son of a
This is our
bitch
town,
who
scrub.
stole it from us. That's who we're going to blame. So let me turn down this sound effect because,
This is our
first of all, it's
town,
very humbling that all of
scrub.
you guys are subscribing. Thank you so much. It really means a lot. That's one of my favorite sound drops in
This is our town, scrub.
in Hearthstone, but it might get a little bit annoying.
And to my surprise, I stumbled
Whoa.
across a secret,
Excuse me?
sexy
What?
club.
Wow, Zalith, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm going to turn it down just a little bit. We're going to turn it down to 15%. We can still have some fun. We've got an amazing level 6 hype train coming in. Thank you, guys. All right. Let me see what I got for you. All right.
This is our
That's better.
town,
That's better.
scrub.
We're going to go over everything. We're going to go over basically what was the last week, and then we're going to go over what's coming up this week,
Scrub.
and then
This
I'll be
is Kramer's
off.
Town Scrubs.
Yeah, beat it. And we're going to then tell you about the Journey Across Japan episodes that I will be joining, which will be amazing. A nice a turn for the better, as it was from awesome to terrible to great again. And then I'm going to tell you a little bit about the rest of December,
Scrub.
and then we're done. It's going to be a short stream. I'm still jet lagged. I just got in yesterday.
This is our
But
town,
I really
scrub.
wanted to take this first moment of the stream to thank you guys. I really appreciate it. You have no idea. This was the longest I've ever been away from the stream, ever, that I willingly. I was in the hospital for 2 weeks, not last July, but the one before that, with a swollen appendix. This was slightly better.
This is our
And but this was a week off, a whole week, so that I could explore Paris and London, and that was absolutely insane. It was an extraordinary experience. There was absolutely unforgettable. Like it was just I don't even know how to describe it other than you'll
Your
hear.
passport is in the mail.
Oh yeah.
However, I'm keeping the cash as compensation over the last 2+ years. Nice seeing you in London.
Yeah, that's funny. My first idea, when I asked Yuki if she got a look at the thief, I basically described you in detail. And unfortunately, first of all, I thought she would at least smell you before she saw you. But I think that, she didn't get a good look at you. She didn't get a good look at the person who robbed her. But I'm pretty sure it was Nathan. I'm pretty sure it was our friend and our mod and our nuisance who just pickpocketed it for himself. Why not? Why not? Have it. Let's just go ahead and take it. Somebody else did. Somebody had the most amazing Christmas, and so I'm going to assume that the person who stole that large amount of cash was gifting it towards a community in need, or perhaps a sick family member, or maybe this is the first time their children will have a proper Christmas celebration. That is the hope. That is what we're hoping for. I hope that, we're just hoping it just went to somebody in need. Hey, Pete, I'm in Kyoto. Do you know a good bar for a solo traveler? I do not. Sorry, Kyoto's not my neck of the woods. If I did know, I would tell you. My apologies, mate, but I'm sure, bars in Tokyo, they're quite safe, and you could throw a rock in any direction and probably hit one, so you're probably going to be good. But thank you to everyone who has subscribed. Thank you for everyone who threw in a bits. Even Nathan, thank you very much. It feels good to be back. It feels great to be back in this chair again. We got in yesterday, and we're gonna talk about it.
I'm all bricked up to be watching your streams again.
I missed it, guys. I did. It was actually only 5 nights. 5 nights that we were abroad, including 2 travel days, and it still feels...
That's funny.
Yo, legend. Thank you so much. Thank you, High Wind. Thank you. It honestly feels like I was gone for over a month. Having those kind of experiences.
Really sorry to hear about what happened to you.
No, don't worry about it,
Pete.
Yeah,
Hate that it happened in my homeland. As a great man once said, go to London. I guarantee you'll either be mugged or not appreciated. Catch the train to London, stopping at rejection, disappointment, backstabbing Central and Shattered Dreams Parkway.
Well, mind the gap. Would have had a better trip if I'd fallen in it. Honestly, okay, seriously, all right, I get it. I'm naive. I've been in Japan for 13 years. I've been coddled into a safety of feeling like if I want to reserve a table at Starbucks, just put your phone on the table. Put your expensive ear pods, whatever they're called, and throw them on the table and walk away. That's what you can do in Tokyo. That's what you can do in Japan. Here's what I cannot believe. What in the actual Central London? I genuinely thought one of the safer places you could visit. I thought, hey, if it's near Big Ben, I thought if it's near Westminster Abbey, if it's near Buckingham Palace, the f***ing king lives there. I was like, there has to be an enhanced amount of security. There has to be a bunch of Scotland Yard constabularies. Apologies on behalf of the UK. Have some of the money back. Well, thank you very much. Thank you,
Sea
Dog.
I stumbled across a secret, sexy club.
Thank you very much, Love Deluxe. Welcome into Tier 2. HK Pui Pui, Tier 3. Love Deluxe, Tier 2. What's going on? Thank you, guys. Thank you. But seriously, what's going on in England? I thought if you walked to Big Ben, one of the most iconic clocks, if not the most famous piece of time on planet Earth, that you could walk there unmolested by people trying to steal your wallet. I'm going to get to the story in detail, but I'm going to tell you this. Poor Yuki. She was alone for 15 minutes on that trip. 15 minutes. And she got robbed. I can't believe it. 15 minutes. It wasn't even enough time for me to go to the bathroom. 15 minutes. I guess it would have been 90 total. That was the only time that all of my money and passport and credit card was not under lock and key. All right, you know what? I'll tell you guys the thief story first. We'll go out of order. It's better to tell the whole story, though, but I do think it's going to take me. I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what happened directly at the robbery, and then we'll go backwards, and we'll start at the beginning of the story of arriving in Paris, and we'll lead into why would I ever make these decisions? What would possess a man to leave his wallet, passport, credit card, and I don't want to say how much money it was, but let's just say I regret it. Was it stupidity? Was it naivete?
To my surprise, I stumbled across
Was it a secret sexy club? We will answer all those questions and more. We will. Here's what basically happened. We'll start with the nearly end of the story, and then we'll start at the beginning.
Tarantino style story.
We'll go all out of order. We can piece it together. I'm gonna be jumping around anyway because I'm going by memory here, and I'm still really jet lagged, but we'll be good. We'll be good. So basically, what happened was I was meeting a friend. This is the day before we leave. And I'm meeting a friend out at a pub. All right, the pub is called the Nag's Head. That also plays into the problem later. The Nag's Head. This is in Covent Garden, London, near Westminster. Beautiful place. Quite nice. It's an amazing part of London until they rob you. And I invited Yuki to join me on this pub. But you know what? Big surprise. She's not a huge fan of day drinking. So I said, all right, well, now is your chance to take a look at Big Ben, perhaps Buckingham Palace, the Thames, or Westminster Abbey. Why don't you go ahead and do that? I'll be over here at the pub. I'm meeting a friend who is going to be a major hero in this story later, and it'll be great. And she's like, and you know what she said? She goes, I don't know. I don't want to be alone. What if they don't understand my English? Or what if I get lost? I go, no, come on. Your English is better than mine. And hey, everybody use Google Maps. And honey, we're in London, one of the most progressive places on planet Earth. There's nowhere safer than Big Ben and Buckingham Palace. So I patted her on the back and said, why don't you go out there and have some fun? Don't you worry about a thing. You'll be fine. Also, please hold all of my bills, passport, and credit card. Okay, honey? All right, I'll see you later. So she's gone for about 15 minutes, and
That's funny.
It's actually not funny, but thank you, Celeria. I meant like advanced technologically, not progressive. I was trying. Thank you so much for the gifted subs. I really appreciate that. And within those 15 minutes, I was waiting for my friend who was running a little bit late, and I happened to be sitting at the pub. I had a pint of Guinness in front of me. And thank you, Nathan. Appreciate you. We're at a level 9 forehead. My God, that is quite crazy. Even stolen passport. Thanks. He's back. He's back, baby.
And to my surprise, I stumbled across a secret, sexy club.
Unbelievable. Thank you very much. And Dan, welcome back. What kind of cheese do you get?
The ground quakes.
A camembert. Yep, that's right. Stray to you, Iron Yed, Plip Plop. Thank you guys. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. You guys are well done to Stolen Passport. Hope they enjoy the channel. So I'm waiting for my friend here at the bar, and I do the classic gag where you have the menu and you do the thing where you're covering with your face, and then you go like, whoa, and you know, they see like, whoa, they see that thing, and everyone has a big yuck. I stand up to shake his hand, and I say, hey, hold on a second, mate. I got a little phone call. Yuki is calling me, and I've never heard her or any human have such a mix of confusion, terror, guilt, tears, crying, all of it. It was horrible. It was absolutely horrible. And it was every emotion that you could possibly have. And she doesn't know where she's at. She's lost. She's confused. She's scared. It's awful. And I say, what's going on? Talk to me. And my friend's like, what's going on? I was like, and then she says, I'm really sorry, Peter, someone stole my wallet. And I say, it's okay. Don't worry about anything. And I say, you need to get a beer. This is not good. And he was like, okay, mate. And I was like, don't worry about a thing. You know what? All of that can be replaced. Are you okay? Are you safe? Did they hurt you? Where are you? She's like, I don't know where I'm at. I'm like, what? And she's like, I'm near Big Ben. I'm near a park, and someone stole my wallet, and it had my credit card. I don't know what to do. And I said, calm down. Don't worry about it. Don't worry. At least they didn't steal my blue pouch, right? Yuki? Oh, shit. then, unfortunately, she got even more. When she realized that my thing was stolen, it sent her down an even a bigger spiral. And I said, that's okay. Don't worry about it. I didn't need any of that money.
Welcome back, brother. We sure missed you.
But I love you. And actually, I was like, it's fine. I was like, whatever you do, I was like, just try to get back to me. She's like, where are you? I don't know where you're at. And I'm like, I'm at the Nag's Head. She's like, what? I'm like, I'm at the Nag's Head. The Nag's Head. She's like, the Nazgul? And I was like, no, the Nag's Head. I was like, the Uma Atama. I don't know what the fuck this thing's called. That's quite possibly the most ridiculously difficult name for a person to tell, like a foreign language, what bar you're at. What? Why couldn't it be called, like, you know, the White Lion, or the open stable, or, you know, the broomstick? It had to be called the Nag's Head. I don't even know. And so, you know, Covent Garden's a huge station, and she's trying to figure out where to go and where to turn and which place to be and how to do all these things. And I told her to follow my voice, you know, but eventually she made it to the Nag's Head. She's keeping it together. She's like weirdly depressed, but also like, I canceled the credit cards. I'm trying my best, and my friend is trying to help me contact the embassy. We're just trying to figure out all of these different, what can we do? And we just take a moment and we realize, you know what? We're all safe. We're all fine. Who needs money? Who really needs a passport? Because you know what? I would love to stay in London with nothing for a few more days and just look for the son of a who stole my wallet. So, you know what? Jokes aside, it is so, we're both so thankful. Nobody was hurt. Nobody was, you know, it was just a bad outcome to a really great trip. But that could have been, now that I understand what London is and what part of town we were at, that could have been really bad.
A tenner for you, sir.
Thank you so much,
and a
man.
penny so that thief can buy himself a life.
Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. And thank you, Jack and Wales. I appreciate that. Did she get mugged, or was it just taken? It was just pickpocketed. It was pickpocketed. Now,
The ground quakes.
from that point, there was some other things we had to do. But let's go back to simpler times. Let's go back to the very beginning of this story and how it all began. And I want to say thank you so much to the 60 people who just either got gifted a sub or chose to resubscribe. Thank you. I did not individually get a chance to say thank you to all of you. My heart's in the right place. I swear I am humbled by that. But I do want to try to get this story out in a somewhat coherent attempt. So if you did resubscribe, I will be looking over it myself personally, and thank you guys. All right, so where to begin? That's right. The last time I saw you guys was a Lethal Company stream, and who could have guessed that the real Lethal Company were the bastards around the Thames and not in the video game? It's funny how you learn these things firsthand. Somebody could have told me London was dangerous. Somebody could have mentioned that. You know, nice travel advice. I think everyone did tell me. I just stupidly forgot. But let's go back. Let's go back to the very, very beginning. Let's go back. Yuki has never been to Europe. Yuki has never been to Europe. She's never traveled really anywhere outside of a couple of places. She went to Perth, Australia for a year, the most isolated city on Earth, just ever. And then she went to the United States for a few days with me. And she's been to Bali or Myanmar or something around those areas to visit her father because he was teaching over there for a while. So I said, you know, someday I'm going to take you to all these cool places that I've been able to go to, but I've never been able to take you, or you've never been to. And she said, yeah, that'd be amazing. So originally, my mother was supposed to visit on December 2nd through really today. Unfortunately, my mom has to have some surgery. Now, nothing serious. It's all preventative. But, you know, she's 73 and there's some health risks that are associated with that. So we had to cancel her trip to Japan. And the problem was Yuki could not change her holidays. This is very common in Japan. You know, this was her honeymoon holidays, and you would think that they would be a little bit more perceptive to accommodating, even though we were married 3 years ago.
You did well, Pete. We normally only see Yuki smile this much when she beats you up with the broom.
Well, we had a spare broom that we brought pre every picture so that she could smack me with it. It was a good investment, a travel broom. And we're gonna sweep the mean streets of London next for all their shitty crimes. So the idea was we made sure we pivoted towards. I was like, well, we have no choice. We have no choice. I have to take her somewhere. And I said, why don't we stay in Japan and go to like somewhere around here? And she goes, no, I kind of want to go to Europe. I was like, all right. And then she hit me with the, you plan everything. Okay. I'd say avoid cities in the UK. They're all pretty dangerous. I think the only decent place is Edinburgh. Well, we'll get to that. We'll get to your guys' opinion in a minute. Because I'm not going to write off England completely, but I did learn an awful lot. I learned an awful lot. So she was like, "You are in charge of everything," and she was like, "But I want to go to Italy." And I was like, "Well, I'm going to rule out Italy." I've never been to Italy, and so I don't really understand. I want to go to a place where I can at least be somewhat of a guide, where I can recommend things so it's not just being stressful the entire time. And I really want to go to Italy as well. Hold on a minute. Let's hold for ads. I am surprised. So somebody said, you sound surprised that this happened. Genuinely shocked. I'm genuinely shocked. I honestly can't believe that it happened. For some reason, I had it in my mind that central London or the more touristy areas or the more expensive hotel areas or all that stuff was going to be safe. I honestly did. Safer. And I still took every precaution you could think. I did. I kept all of my possessions and belongings in a safe. Like I did that all the time. I was just so surprised. I believed in the best of people. That's what it was. And if I'd known after the fact, so many people have told me that it is the worst place for pickpockets. It is the worst place to be in town. It is the worst place to have any of that kind of situation. And I started reading a lot about it. And it's even worse that they anecdotally or what I read, they even tend to target Asian women and men because they have a tendency to keep cash on them.
Some money.
So unfortunately,
Europe, including UK, is not as safe as it used to be.
Can't believe
this
it.
is the sad truth.
As
a European, I saw the change.
I honestly can't believe it, man. I can't. But I was told that they target Asians specifically because, and I include myself kind of in this category, obviously, because I've been here for 13 years, because they have a tendency, or we have a tendency to keep cash on us instead of just cards. So it must have just looked like, and you know, with Yuki just taking pictures at the time, it must have seemed like quite an easy target. It was really unfortunate. It's really up. It's ridiculous. But we'll get to that. So back to the story. Thank you guys for waiting through the ads. I appreciate that. And thank you for the $5, man. I appreciate that as well. So I said, you know what? I'm going to take you to Paris. And she was like, I was like, what do you mean? What do you mean? I was like, it's going to be great. And she was like, well, I want to go to Italy. And I was like, no. I was like, Paris is amazing. It's so much fun.
Don't feel so bad. Even people who know and are prepared can still get got.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. It's true. And so, it's true. But crime has no address, as my mother said. And I was like, just trust me. Paris is one of my favorite cities. I've been there twice. She's like, yeah, but where else have you been? I was like, in Europe? She's like, yeah. I was like, England and Kansas City and well, Paris is amazing. So, what's up, Kurdo Kin? Welcome back, man. I appreciate you. So, I was like, I was grasping, man. I was grasping, but I was like, I got this shit. I like Paris. I know where to go in Paris. I've been there 3 times, 2 times. I know my way. I can show her a good time. I've done it before. I know where to go. So, all right, now, I bought the plane tickets. I bought the plane tickets first. I said, okay, we're going to Paris 5 nights. That's what we're going to do. All right. And I was like, whoa. Buying for 2 is a lot more expensive than buying for 1. All right. Okay. We're going to have to be frugal on this trip. Spoilers, we were not frugal. In fact, this was the most expensive trip anybody's ever taken to 5 nights in the history of man. I was like, okay, so, all right, I got to be smart with this. I got to be smart with this. So, but I was like, but it is our honeymoon. And I have been saving for this for years. This is I want this to be special. So luckily, cousin Jeff, who is a huge friend of the channel, one of my best friends of all time, who's been with us in our French streams, and we did that together, he found us an awesome deal, and he had like a partnership through his work that allowed him to get a discount. It was amazing. So or through a contact or something like that. So we got a really nice hotel right along the River Seine, and it was located near all of the places that I knew I could walk to and have some knowledge. Basically, anything that Jeff had told me while I was walking around, I said back, but just incorrectly. I know he explained it to me. He was like, yeah, there's a height regulation of all these buildings in Paris for some reason. I don't know. But I was like, Yuki, I wanted to be smart. I wanted to be cool. I was like, Yuki, there's a height regulation for all these buildings in Paris. And she was like, why? And I was like, She's like, why? And I was like, oh, well, you can't see the Eiffel Tower if they're too high. And she's like, but I was like, but I just had to, I don't know. And I told Allie 90 the same things when I gave her a tour. I didn't know what to say. I was just trying to be knowledgeable. And so I was like, well, we don't need to go into the details. And she's like, why are all the buildings white? And I was like, well, they didn't have paint back then. She's like, are you sure? And I'm like, they did, but it was so expensive that why not just use the natural masonry? And she's like, oh, okay. So I'm struggling here. I'm struggling. So I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm saying. But anyway, the first night we get to the hotel. The first plane ride was pretty difficult, right? We started in Haneda Airport, which is my favorite of the two between Narita and Haneda. And we decided to go to London, and we transfer in London.
I like this Premier Tour services.
It's not bad, right? I just make it up along the way. And then we switch in London for a flight over to Charles de Gaulle. And because I'd used Booking.com before, I had a massive discount, and I basically got a half off hotel ride or
this is
a cab
from
pickup from the airport to the hotel. Bada bing, bada boom. Best husbando in the room. What do you say to that, Red? Thank you so much, brother. Thank you. So give me a second. Now I'm getting a little hot, and I feel like we could use a little background BGM. So give me a second to sort this out. So, wow, how cool is that? We arrive at...
The ground quakes.
That's very loud for me. That's good. That's the God OST right there. Hold on a second. How's that volume, guys? The plan for today is to recap my travels in Europe. There we go. All right. Good so far. Okay, there we go. It's a bit loud. I'll turn it down just a touch. There we go. How about right there?
This is our town, scrub.
There we go. Tad quiet. That's good. All right. So, it's fine. It's just light music. It's just light music. So, fucking hell, mates. Now it's too fucking quiet. Fancy a shiv? Give me your passport and your money. You All right, there you go. That's perfect. I turned it up a tad. All right. So, I want to give you guys a slight spoilers. I am my least favorite place on planet Earth outside of Big Ben, which is a new addition, is airports. I hate it. Airports give me such an immense amount of stress, and I always feel extraordinarily uncomfortable and like I don't want to make any mistakes. You have to be there super early. It's basically just discomfort for the entire time. It is one of the very few places that actually makes me visibly like annoyed looking. And I really, really don't feel comfortable in them at all. So I like picking people up at the airports. I just hate being a part of them. So we get to London, and again, the major theme of these stories is going to be how incredibly ill-prepared I am from leaving Japan. I obviously just have no idea what's going on outside of my own country borders at this point. So when we get to London, it's a fucking shit show. Nobody knows where to go. Everyone's just kind of being herded around because we all have like a 1 hour transfer. And 1 second. Thank you so much, Red Man. I appreciate that, dude. Seriously, thank you. So, thank you. I have no idea where I'm going or what I'm doing, and I'm starting to follow people because it seems like we're all going in this direction. So when I get to this one part, everybody's lined up for this one area. There was very little deviation of like clear other paths. Now in Japan, somebody of course would say like, you know, in Japanese, they'd be saying, there's connections are this way. If you want to leave the airport, go this way. Kochi ni haite kudasai. Connection day. It's like, it's very much like, and there's one of these people every 6 feet. They're literally everywhere. So, not only is there nobody, there's nobody helping anybody. We wait in line for about 35 minutes. And I was like, I don't know if we're going to make it to our connection in time. I don't know what we're going to do. This is crazy. We finally go through our thing and use our passports. And I was like, okay, this should get us through customs so that we can go through. It's all automated. There's not even a person. It's just a machine that like, it like terminates you and it checks your vitals. And it's like doing like a printout of your bones. And guess what? I led us right out of the airport. Starting off bad. That's not even the connection. That's not the connection line. That was, I want to go get robbed line. So now I've got to, and I was like, okay. I was like, all right. And I was like, okay, don't worry about it, honey. I can handle this. So there was no one to ask. I swear. I don't know why I said terminates me. I meant to say like bioscanned me. I don't know. So there was literally no staff until after you checked out. Not a single person. I looked. And they don't have any helpers. And even exiting the airport was completely automated. Completely automated. So, you know what? We might have to count mistakes, shall we? We might have to have a mistake counter. So I'm going to ask, I'll keep track of it myself. That's one.
This is our
That's-
town, scrub.
That's mistake number one. So now we have to, all right, let me see if I can get a, I don't think I have, I don't know where it's at anymore. So we'll just have to keep it. Maybe we can do that in post. I've been counting since 30 minutes ago. You're up to 10,362. Thanks, mate. Off to work, lurk mode. Thank you, Hannah. The difference between mods right there, folks. So I leave the airport and I was like, we're outside. Oh God, he really hit us with do it in post. I don't think this story is going to be coherent enough to do a YouTube video, but you never know. Maybe just a short. We'll do it in post. I'm sorry, Mudan.
This is our
I'm sorry. What's up, Bakiri?
scrub.
Welcome. So we exit, and then, wouldn't you know it, we still have to take a train inside Heathrow to reach another terminal. I don't know how they would have done this even going through the connections. I'm not really familiar with it, but you have to take the Queen's Terminal 4 off to Terminal Go yourself, and you'll be right and raring to go. So we somehow managed to get to the right train. We take that to the right terminal, and I rush up to this woman at the information who's like helping, and I'm at our airline. I said, I'm really sorry to bother you. I accidentally, my wife and I, we accidentally left the airport when we meant to do a connection. And she looked at me and she goes, well, why didn't you just take the connection? Well, see, it was an accident. I accidentally walked through the exit. Well, why would you do that? Well, I didn't do it on purpose. I was looking for the connections, and I thought that's what it is. But it's clearly an exit. Everyone's lining to get out, and you're supposed to go to the connection. I was like, I know what the fuck I did wrong. Stop saying it into my face. I understand I made a mistake. Let me go through. And then she was like, she wouldn't let me, she just wouldn't let me go. She was just so insistent on insulting me. And so I was like, okay. I was like, how about what do I say to admit that I made some sort of error and I need you to help me fix it? And then she was like, oh gosh, okay. Well, next time be more careful. Okay. It took every ounce of my being to be like, next time go yourself. How about that? Oh, that'd be fun. But you know what? She handed me off to somebody else who was much nicer, and she was able to get us, and we made it onto the plane with like about 2 minutes to spare. It was very close. In fact, if our plane hadn't been like slightly delayed, I don't think we would have made it. So it was extremely lucky that we made it. We get to Paris.
I got plenty for everybody.
Hey, thank you for buying a shirt. Thank you. Thank you. So we get to Paris, and I'm not, and I want to point out, anytime that Yuki and I have a disagreement on this stream, I am not, under any circumstance, insisting or insinuating that she made some sort of a mistake.
Can't be too mad at her. She still has to live in London.
True. She could have got robbed. This is called divorce protection, like prepared statement. It's how I have to phrase it correctly so that there's no way that this was her fault. Now, it may have been the case that I had insisted on her not checking in luggage or bringing a checked-in baggage for the simplicity of travel. Now, I'm not going to fully understand why she needed an entire bag of liquids. But she did. I'm not sure what those creams and ointments and whatever those things were, but she did. Now, that's not my mistake. That's not number two. That's fine. So and I was like, the reason we have a taxi waiting for us, and Yuki, I don't know if you know this about me. I actually don't speak French. And she was like, yes, I know. You barely speak Japanese. I was like, well, okay. That can be mistake number 2. Me being here for 13 years and not speaking Japanese, that's fine. I was like, well, I bring this up because right now our taxi driver is calling me and he doesn't sound happy. And I'm trying to tell, he's like calling me on the phone and he's saying like something in French about where are you? Your plane was delayed. What's going on? I'm waiting for you. I want to leave. I don't know. And I was like, and I didn't know what to say. I was like, I am here. Charles de Gaulle, here. Don't leave. Waiting. Luggage, waiting. And then 0, just hang up. And I was like, okay, all right. And I was like, okay, just please wait. And then, we're waiting forever for Yuki's carry-on one bag that I wish we didn't have to wait for. So we're waiting for this bag, and it finally comes back out after he had called me 3 times. I sent him a text message, and we get out of the thing, and I'm still like in my weird airport mode, but wouldn't you know it, we're fine. We end up going outside. The guy is waiting. He has a little cell phone that says Macy Peter, and it's my name is misspelled, but that's fine. It doesn't have an E, but that's fine. And I was like, hey, I'm so sorry. And he was like, I was like, okay. And so we get into the taxi. He asks us all these questions in France. I was like, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, check the luggage. Thank you. So we get to our hotel after a lot of, delays and fanfare and ridiculousness. And finally, we're back on track. The hotel is magnificent. Yuki, there was one story in France about bed bugs, and Japan decided to play this on the news for about 3 months. Now, there was no bed bugs in our hotel. But let me just say that I was the closest thing to a bed bug. Yes, but like Japan has made this out to be as if every single place has bed bugs. The whole country has bed bugs. Anywhere you go, bed bugs. Everywhere. And so I was like, all right. Okay, so Yuki, you don't, and that's what half the liquids were like decontaminations or decontaminants or whatever, or all these things. It was all just to prevent us from having bed bugs. So the whole place smelled like a hospital the first night. So it's fine. It's whatever. So we go out to dinner. We have a fantastic dinner. I think you know what? I can make this interactive. I can try. I was going to show you guys the pictures at the end, but maybe I can show you guys along the way. How does that sound? Maybe it'd be better to go. So there's Yuki on the way to the airport, or on the plane, raring to go. Look at that, you actual asshole. What's wrong with that picture? It's fantastic. She's sleeping. It's so cute. I think is that mistake number 3? All right, I'll keep track of that. Get her a neck pillow. Yuki doesn't want one of those. I think it's adorable. I think she looks so cute. And this was the bag that was pilfered, opened, and whatever. The rope around there is either to hang me later, or it's for her phone. So after that, we had a delicious, some sort of pasta, pesto, truffle, parmesan, prosciutto. Very good. Oishikatta. Ooh la la. That was magnificent. And we had what do the French call it? A brazier? A brasserie? I might screw that up, but it's one of those words. Thank you for the sub, Izurede. It's a brasserie. Yes, that one. So, and then we had the French onion soup. Slightly too much salt on this one. And I forgot to take a picture of, I think Yuki has it. There was the French onion soup was divine. It was absolutely fantastic.
The center control point is being captured.
Yuki had beef bourguignon. It was excellent. This place was very good. And this was the very first time when we were sitting there. We met two other people who were, English speakers and hanging out, and they said they would swing by the channel. Still waiting to see them. Hopefully they'll say hello, but we each had a good laugh about it. It was really cool. And then we went back to bed and we went to sleep, and it was amazing, right? Now, the next day was arguably our favorite. We walked over 20-something kilometers. We walked through Paris, and I knew, how you doing, Grinny? Thank you for the raid. Thank you. I knew that this would be good because I beta tested this with Ali 90 for the most part. I just did the exact same playbook, but I added a few new places. I was like, this is going to be good. So my plan was in my head, all right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to start with the Pantheon. Well, first we'll get like a cafe, like a croissant and a pain au chocolat and a cappuccino and all those stuffs. The kind of the basics. Then we went to the Pantheon. We went to Notre Dame. We went to Montmartre. We went to a random church.
Bonjour, Pete.
Hello.
'Tis I, Pierre the Bedbug. It was so nice to meet you and so kind of you to bring me home. Looking forward to knowing you better.
No, Yuki would kill me. She would kill me. We went to a random church. Then after Montmartre, we swung by the Arc de Triomphe. And then we went to the Eiffel Tower. Then we walked back home through the place I stayed in last time. I don't mean that Notre Dame is a random church, an additional random church. That was huge. Okay. So all in all, here is how the day started. Look at that sweet picture. Such a bad random track.
The ground quakes.
How could they play that track? There we go. So we had the chocolate au pain, the cappuccino. It was mistake number 4. Yep. That's mistake number 4. All right. So not that one. I know what Notre Dame is. It's another random church. And let's see here. This was inside the Pantheon. I'd never actually been inside before. I had never been inside the Pantheon. Really beautiful. I love the architecture of Paris. I think it's absolutely stunning. It might have been Sacré-Cœur if it's near the Pantheon. I'm not sure. It's right next to it. I don't know what that is. Not the Pantheon. I thought that's what it's called. Okay, wait. What's it called? I'm tired. The Parthenon. There you go. Thank you. I swear. You know what? I just got home.
This is our town.
This is our town, scrub. Welcome back, Music Elliott. Thank you. Sorry. I'm sorry I'm not on fully operating mode. This was my croissant at the Cafes Rich something. Then after we went to the Pantheon and the Notre Dame, we went to our first lunch, and I had Yuki try her very first time of beef tartare, which was steak tartare. That's what it was. Yeah, that was so fucking good. This is raw meat, if you didn't know it.
Scrub.
And you got a healthy amount of chips, and we got some some sort of delicious sun-dried tomato pesto raviolis. It was so good. It was absolutely fantastic. I really loved it. And this was cool because right next to us was a couple from Japan. And we got to that's so random when you get to meet people from like where you're from and they're right there next to you and you're like, oh, cool. So we had a chance to talk to some Japanese people and they were trying to order what I just ordered, the steak tartare. So I helped them out. I made sure that they were able to get their dish, and it was awesome. It was a cool little moment where I could use my Japanese a little bit, and I felt like, ooh la la, I'm doing something cool. Cool, I met a Japanese folks, and it was a couple. So we had a great time. We had some good food. If you're wondering what I looked like on the first day, it was this, slightly a mess. Tired, exhausted, happy to be there. Look at the size of that forehead. I'm having fun though. I'm having fun. I'm having it's a good time. This building, I don't know what this thing is called. It's called Aux Grands Hommes La Pétrée Reconstituée. I don't know what this is. All right? Whatever this is it. Leave me alone. Look it up. It's the thingy. It's the Pantheon. That's what I said. That's what I said first. And everybody said I was stupid. That's what I said. Anyway, all right. Stop. Okay, so it means for the great men of this country. Well, then I should probably leave the photo. I should probably leave that photo immediately. So it was awesome. Let me see if this is. Then at the same place, I had a beer before I met the Japanese couple. I thought on the way to Montmartre, I felt that this theater was so beautiful. If as a former actor and like someone who just loves the arts in general, even though not a good actor, but just somebody who enjoys it, I really thought what an honor it would be to be in this theater. And I actually like the tree in the middle because in the the outside, these three trees perfectly split the theater, and I thought that is such a cool thing. I thought it was a cool artistic photo. All right, I don't. You can make fun of me if you want. You can say, "Oh, it's a good-looking tree." I think it looks cool. This is my artistic vision. It was great, and then Montmartre was a pretty difficult climb. It's really high up there. If you've never been there, you get a beautiful view of Paris, which you can see in all of its splendor. The gloom from London encroaching. You can see in the very far distance the gray, horrible clouds of theft and thievery. Just over those buildings are pickpockets waiting to steal from me. They're just waiting over there near the Thames. Robbed in London, what? Isn't that just an average day? Apparently everybody knew this but me. You'll never find a more wretched hive of scum and villainy. Here's Yuki and I, where we met our next Japanese couple. Our next Japanese couple, they were two friends. One was from Hong Kong, one was from Japan. And they asked us if we could take a photo for them. I said, sure, absolutely. So I felt like I could tell that they were Japanese. And so I said, like, can you take a picture of us? And she said, it was great. There's the other side of the view from Montmartre. So you can see up there. And if you look carefully, this place is quite famous for 1 second. For one other thing, apparently everywhere you go, people put locks. You can't see it because I blocked it with my fat head. Great. All along this thing right here, all along this are locks. And they're love locks. So you can buy them for like £5 and you write your name on it and you can put all of your love will be eternally told for eons or for about an hour before somebody comes and cuts it off. That is the worst picture of it possible. I couldn't see because the sun was bouncing off my forehead onto my viewfinder and into my eyes. That happens. That happens when you try to take pictures. But as you can see, you can there's a ton. What up, Rainho? You guys are so cute. Well, if you want to see cute, look at that sweet picture of the Arc de Triomphe. Beautiful. And thank you, Morphine. Appreciate you, boss. So I'm not going to say how many takes this took me before Yuki said it was finally okay. Do I have 13 of these photos on my phone? Possibly. Did I say that she looked good on the first one? Maybe. Is this actually the first picture taken? Probably. So would she, and she wore my hat because it was so cold, but she tries to hide it in every picture that we're in. She always ripped it off her head as soon as possible. And I was like, why don't you, that hat's cool. Because if you look at it's like a used bag down there. Wear it with pride. It's cool. I think it's in my pocket on that one. So, but yes, we took a picture. I believe, I think I'm wrong on this. My understanding was this is for the graves of people whose bodies could not be identified. But I was not actually sure. I thought this was like the tomb of the unknown soldier. It is. Okay, I was right. It's just right. But I think it's supposed to represent a collective, like, tragedy that many people died in a cause that we couldn't even identify them. Yes. So, awesome. I think this is a really touching monument. I think the Arc de Triomphe is absolutely fantastic. And you drive past it on Champs-Élysées, but actually going there and seeing it in its immense size and scale is actually wonderful. It's beautiful. I actually really enjoy it. There's a horrific picture of us. Well, she looks great. I look cold and terrified, but I'm still proud of it. Hey, we can't, you know what? We're together again. Why not? First vacation. Now, fully honest, that's one of the best pictures of me ever. So then we walked to the Eiffel Tower, and unfortunately, we could not go to the park side of it because the day that we arrived in Paris, the night we arrived, someone was murdered outside of the Eiffel Tower tragically with a hammer and some other weapon. A pick? So they had locked off the entire... Two were injured, one was murdered. It was actually pretty crazy. So that was on the very first... So this is night 2, but they still locked it off for the general public. But I think that's okay because we still got a great picture out of it. Me and Yuki. It's an awesome photo. And if you thought... And let me just tell you something. If you thought I looked cool in that photo...
I don't even believe you went to Paris or London. Who is this imposter? I haven't seen a single premiere pose in one of these photos.
They're coming. I tried not to do them. I tried to get away from them. Look at that photo. Come on. Come on. That's a good one. Nailed it. Looks f***ing fake. It's actually Tokyo Tower. Isn't that a good one? That's a great photo. That is framed photo worthy. No, we can't undo the mistakes. We got to keep them as they are. But that's a good photo. Did you borrow the green screen from Chris? I have my own green screen, thank you. But yes, that was an awesome picture. And if you want to know, this is my view 90% of the time I was traveling with Yuki. This was me 99% of the time as I'm waiting for her to take a picture every 6 feet so that she could see it from every angle on everything. Now, if we're keeping track of my mistakes, I can see right now this was probably what the problem was right there. Now I see it. Yep. That bag looks awfully tempting. Yep. A quick unzip and yoink. Yep. That is not our name, by the way. Yeah, and look, we're not going to play revisionist history or, or if we are, let me do it. So this was before it was robbed. So let me be the one to play revisionist history because, I know it's always coming from a good place, but it always, I don't know why, and I'm sure you can understand this. It always hurts more once you've already accepted the mistake and gone over the 7 million permutations of what you should have done differently. You realize that other people telling you the same things, it just makes you feel worse. It's like, yeah, I know. And I think it's like, no, Agathon, you don't need to apologize. You do not need to apologize. But I had a solid 18 hours of sleepless night thinking over every single thing that I did wrong. You know what I mean? I know. I'm just glad it didn't cost Yuki any actual damage. So, but yes, it's like, yeah, that I get it. But yes, I've thought long and hard over every single error. We're keeping track of my actual mistakes. And we'll get back to the robbery because I set up the robbery at the beginning and we're slowly going our way towards the actual robbery in a moment. There's still, so far, this catch-up stream has been pretty fun. Like, just getting a chance to share some of my stories with you guys is actually very freeing, and it gets me back into the streaming saddle again. Someone tried to pick my pocket as soon as I got off the train in Paris. Never had any trouble in London. I'm the complete opposite. Been in London 3 times. I'm sorry, been in Paris 3 times. Never even had so much of a close call. Nothing but kindness and genuinely nice people in Paris. And London's been the exact opposite both my trips. Bunch of people being rude, a bunch of angry drunks at pubs. And I felt, generalizing, my understanding was that in Paris, people always told me that Parisians don't really take kindly to people who don't speak French. And like they're annoyed at the idea of travelers coming and tourists. In my experience, this has never been the case. I've never had that issue. But in London specifically, not Canterbury, Cambridge, Suffolk, and Essex, in London, everyone seemed like there was a distance between all of us. There was an unfriendliness in the air where everybody was kind of, I'm in my group, I'm doing my thing, leave me alone. And it just felt very cold. And that's both my trips there. But at the It's only twice. But we'll see. But I thought in Canterbury and Cambridge and other place, it was quite nice. But there's the picture of Yuki. There's Champs-Élysées. Wonderful picture of Champs-Élysées. Native Londoners are not normal people. They're a bit like New Yorkers. Yep. Well, I like New Yorkers, though. Champs-Élysées. Very beautiful. She's wearing the hat. I made her take that picture very quickly. Another shot of the Eiffel Tower. That's my favorite photo. I think she looks so cute. Toasty. I think she looks so cute in that photo. I honestly do. And I remember she was so tired. She was so exhausted. All right, I'll put a mistake down, but I think she looks so cute. Kawaii, oh. Just get the futon back, mate. But so anyway, this was like 7 or 8 p.m. and we'd walk an insane amount of distance. And all right, wait. Damage control. There's the charcuterie board. We tried our first and only charcuterie, and that was oh, I remember why I took it. I told her, like, be careful with the bread. This bread is really, like, thick. And when you eat it, it's going to be, like, really hard to chew. And she was like, I'm fine. This was, like, minute 3 of her still chewing. So I had to remember, I had to immortalize it. I had to keep it forever. There's the charcuterie. And look, salvaged. It's fine. So also while we're at dinner, in France you often sit next to each other, shoulder to shoulder, and you guys can talk and you can watch people. But it was very cold, obviously, in winter in Paris. So I was sitting next to her, and I was bending down to eat something. And she was like, and for the first time in my life, I'm serious, for the first time since I've known her, she looked at me as I looked at her with like food in my face, and she said, "You looked so handsome." I said, "What? I look handsome?" She goes, No, you looked handsome. And I was like, "What do you mean?" And she was like, "Turn your head to the left and look down." And I was like, "Well, wait." And so I was like, "Do I like this?" And then she's like, "No, put it higher." And I was like, and I had to move my face around for 12 photos before the one angle that I guess there's one angle that I look handsome in. Just one. And eventually she said, "I can't find it. I can't get it." So she gave up.
Good job, Pete. You finally made her fall for you.
This is the closest I got. This is the closest that, and I was, and like, I guess this angle from the side, I think it's something in that vicinity of looking down, left, up, right, backwards, side, around. One of those angles is decent. One of those is okay. But that's not even the one. That's not even the one where she liked it. It was just the best one that she could find. Well. That's just part of getting older. You can, it's the angle with the less forehead. You can see the nice slope right here. You can see the age of 40 years of gaming wisdom creeping in and out. You can see the gray coming through the beard. Très magnifique. The shape of the nose. Yeah, it's all good. This was the dinner that we had after the charcuterie. It was a chicken dish that I can't pronounce. It's a chicken dish that I can't quite remember the name of, but it was excellent. It was really, really, it was like, Yuki thought it tasted almost like katsu, like tonkatsu, but it was like this mushroom cream sauce over a crispy, beaten down chicken. And then it had a nice little pasta with it. Very, very good, but Yuki was dead tired. That was day one. Day one in Paris. 30,336 steps, 250 minutes of exercise, and 23 and a half kilometers. That is a huge day. That is a massive day. My watch even updated me saying, hey, you're so fit, boy. I know, look at that, look at that. Well, we'll get to that in a minute because Chris does factor into this story in about 2 days' time. Chris, Mr. Abroad, was kind enough to recommend a hotel in London. Only the best for you and your beautiful wife. Why not? It's your honeymoon. No, don't worry about it. Money doesn't last forever. You're a rich man. You're a rich man. No one will rob you. By the way, man, you owe me some money. I don't owe you anything. I do not owe you anything. I don't owe you a damn thing. I paid you in full, and then the things that were different I paid for in liquor that night. I vividly remember the till being equal. We paid in full. Yes, but you know. And if you want any more money, you're gonna have to go find it from the pickpocket who ripped it from me. So day one in Paris is in the books. Yuki complimented me, said I was handsome. We're talking like this is one of the finest. It was a big day. We saw a lot of things. What could possibly go wrong in day two? Well, for one is it was raining all day. Day two was raining heavily. So we went to a cafe called Angelina's, which was also recommended by somebody in the Discord. And that's really nice. Hi, mate. I'm with Chris. I think you owe him some money. Ian, I'm broke. I hate to break it to you guys. I just got robbed. If you think I've... Wait, Ian. Ian, are you still here?
That's funny.
Thank you, Caps Locked. Thank you. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you. Seriously, thank you. I think, thank you so much. I hope that helps you get less broke, man. I appreciate it. So I bought Ian a present. I bought him a present before I was robbed, because I certainly wouldn't have bought him one afterwards. Do you want me to show everybody or just bring it to you secretly on next week? I could show everybody and spoil it, or I could just bring it to you. I don't really care either way. I don't even think he wants it. Welcome back, Pete. I hope it was a great trip outside of the robbery. It was fine. Thank you. The robbery was amazing, and the rest of the trip was good, Latorius. I think the people need to see. I'll close my eyes. No, I'll surprise. Nope. ADBC is no longer a unit of measurement. I don't even know how much of you drank. I'll keep it secret then. I'll keep it secret. Damn, stay safe, man. Sorry you got robbed. Hope the rest of the trip was good, fam. Thank you very much, Blueprint. It was, they knew they couldn't rob me, or they're going to get this. They're going to get this right here. Thank God that I do not have sound alerts on, because you'd be spamming. We do not care. But I'm not going to think, no, God damn it. They're going to get these fists. All right, I'll save the present for Ian later, so I'm not going to show you guys. So, yeah, it was a great trip. So we just wrapped up day one. I already told the part where Yuki got robbed, and we're leading back into it. But I'll give you guys the very quick, if you're just joining now, basically what happened was I left my passport, an extraordinary amount of paper cash, and one of my credit cards with Yuki. She was alone for 15 minutes, And in that 15 minutes, outside of Big Ben in Westminster and the technological wonder of the world, one of the most beautiful cities on the planet, one with Scotland Yard, Sherlock Holmes, and a constabulary on every corner, she was robbed. She was robbed blindly. Not attacked, not hurt, thank God. But my passport, my money, my credit card was all stolen. Luckily, her passport was okay. That was in and I know what you're thinking. Why and how would this come to fruition? Why would you leave so much money on one person? Why did you leave your passport with her, not with you? We're working our way back to this trip, to that point in the trip that led to this. But it was a devastating moment, and nothing will ever be as worse as getting that call from Yuki, where she was alone and scared and didn't know where to go and panicking. And all I cared about was, you better have my money. I'm kidding. That's not at all. Not at all. I was actually deeply concerned for her, and I but like, I'm joking. I was joking. But like, it was all about making sure that she could find me and get home or get to me safely. And it was awful. It was an awful 15 minutes of trying to get her to find this pub I was in. But when she did get back and we did realize that it's all stuff that we can replace, it was a lot better. And luckily, I still had my debit card on me. So without that, and without the actions of a legend named Nick is the hero of this story. We'll get to this in a minute. But how did we get to that point? Well, already we're in Paris. We've already enjoyed day one. We saw all the sights. We walked for 24 kilometers, 30,000 steps, saw all these amazing things. It was incredible. Thank you. Almost as incredible as Zaku Senpai coming back for 2 months. Thank you, mate. Now, day two in Paris, it was rainy, it was wet, it was not nice outside. However, I think that is an amazing picture of Yuki. I really like this picture. I think that looks cool as hell. She's the one with the umbrella. She's right there. But I just think it's a cool photo. Like with the whole view of this cool building, the rain, the Yuki part. And then we went to Angelina in Paris. And this place is quite famous for its hot cocoa. It's chocolate milk. That shit was the best I've ever had in my entire life. It was absolutely amazing. It was so good. It is overpriced, but everything we did was overpriced. And the other thing was, you can try the Mont Blanc, the best Mont Blanc in Paris, I've been told. And I would tell you how it tasted, except I think Yuki ate all of it before I had a chance to get back from the bathroom. You know what? Paris isn't that overpriced. It was, but London was worse. Because the pound is just so much money. So, Yuki got to, we had, at that place, we had croissants. I had French onion soup again. She had an omelet. We had the hot cocoa. It was very good. It was really, really good. That's later. We'll talk about that in a minute. That's not supposed to be yet. Then we went to, that's Le Bon Mèche. There's another pretty picture of Yuki outside of Paris, around the River Seine. She looks great. She looks amazing. There's Yuki taking her 4,000th picture of the Louvre. But hey, who's counting? Who's keeping track? Oh, God. So, did you know if you take a picture of the Louvre from every angle, not that much changes. But hey, it's cool. It's very nice. And here's Yuki holding up the Louvre upside down. Not bad. I thought the Louvre was amazing. I had a spinach goat cheese quiche inside the Louvre. Actually really good. Absolutely banging. that was delicious. I also love quiche. I also love goat cheese. I also love spinach. So that was all of them. So the thing about the Louvre that was interesting to me was Yuki, she wanted to see the Mona Lisa, which I think I have a picture of. I believe we were able to, I was able to get I had no idea that the Mona Lisa was that small and that many people were crowding around it, trying to, like, okay, that is not the picture I took. That is from the Pete memes. We're still trying to figure out the Mona Lisa smile. I really wonder what she's trying to say. Oh, God. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. I look like the dude from that gif of from the lighthouse where I'm looking up and wondering what's about to happen. So, yeah, the Mona Lisa was... The thing with the Louvre that I thought was interesting is it's really big. It's huge. I think if you don't have a plan, which we did not, you could easily spend all day there looking for, like, the parts that you want. Willem Dafoe, right. Yes, that's the one. Who's a great actor. And then the crazy thing was apparently there was a collection of, like, Monet there, right? And Yuki had no idea that there was Monet. And then when she found out that there was a collection, she was very interested in seeing this particular picture. And she would not rest until she saw it. And when we found out that that part of the exhibit was closed for the day, she felt like, well, the Louvre was so disappointing. We didn't get to see the Monet. I was like, Yuki, you didn't even know that it was in this museum 15 minutes ago. How could you say it was a waste when you had no idea? You had no idea. And now it's like the whole thing is bad. You got to see the Mona Pizza. And she was like, yeah. I guess you're right. And I was like, okay, well, whatever. We didn't even know it was there. You know, it's fine. We got to have a lot of fun. We got to see the most famous painting of all time. Look at it. It's amazing. It's great. You can look at it online. The thing that I enjoyed about the Louvre the most was the genuine scale of how big all of these paintings could be. Some of them were quite small and detailed. Some of them were absolutely enormous. It was incredible. And in that regard, it was absolutely just stunning. It was just awesome. So it was a great time. It was very good. I enjoyed it. After that, we went back to the hotel so we could change, kind of get out of some wet clothes and stuff like that, and then we were going to go to dinner. So I said, but you know what? I really want to take a look at this bar that was downstairs that was... it looked like, you know what, why don't we just have a beer there? And, you know, we're paying a lot for this hotel anyway. We might as well use it to its most, like the most that we can. And she was like, you know what? It's not a bad idea. We're leaving Paris tomorrow. We're only there for 2 nights, really. 2 major nights. We had night 1, we had dinner, slept, woke up, walked all the way around Paris, slept, went to the Louvre, went to Angelina, and we were going to go to La Bon Marche, which is a shopping center. And then we were going to go to dinner, and then we're moving the next day to London. So we go downstairs, and wouldn't you know it, we get lucky that at our hotel, they're having a 3-man jazz team show up to play. So we got to see like an entire concert for like an hour and a half by ourselves. And it was awesome. She had an espresso martini. I had my beer and olives and crisps. And it was super sick. And the coolest part, this guy who's given us the cool, hey man, if you know, you know. I love jazz. I do. And this dude right here, his wife is from Nagoya. He lived in Japan. He's performed here 20 times. Unbelievable. How How cool is that? So we got to share a little bit about that. Have a laugh, have some good times. That's very zoomed in. Look how beautiful she looks. Look at that. She's got her espresso martini. So great. So she's having fun. Aww. This is actually, I didn't tell you guys, there was another, on the way back from Montmartre, I wanted to stop and get some coffee, and we met another Japanese couple. So now we've met 4 different groups of people who are connected to Japan in 24 hours.
This is our town.
Thank you, Smokey J. Appreciate you, man. Thank you. Then we went to La Bonne Marche, and this photo is where Father Time finally did me in. This photo was where I injured myself, which will also play into the story later. It was really unlucky. It's like you never left Japan, except for the robbery part. I wanted to get a picture of that stupid ball, so all I did was this. This was all I did. Yuki, don't move, don't move. Bang! Injured. I thought for a moment I had popped my Achilles, which would have been devastating. But what happened was I strained it, but it got swollen, and
these are some really nice photos, Pete.
Thank you.
Glad Yuki has some good memories. Next time you will have to bring her to the north of England.
I will. I would love to, but we're never going back to England again because those people who stole our wallet. So I hurt my knee and my Achilles trying to bend down to take a photo. So it was really painful. Whoa!
It's the check.
Whoa!
For your new passport fund. Glad you had an overall great experience.
Thank you, mate. I appreciate that. Seriously, thank you for the $10. It's very nice of you, Ika. So painful injury, but that's okay. Let me get back to. All right, so now I can take a small break and tell you guys about what happened next. That's weird. I injured my Achilles recently. I was at the gym though. Well, I was at the. I was moving a lot. I was moving, well, I wasn't at the gym, but that's fine. I need to go to the gym. So now we get into the next part of the story where the next day we're going to add to the mistake counter. 1 second.
With those booty smuggling, figure-hugging jeans, I'm not surprised, fella. Things tighter than the clasp on Nathan's wallet, fella. Premier smile, premier, wow.
Yeah, you might be right. You might be right. You might be right. Things tighter than the clasp on Nathan's wallet, Philip. Yep. Well, Yuki shrunk them in the... Okay, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. So...
This is our town.
I'm a piranha plant. Welcome back, Rento. So, after I had booked the flight tickets, right? I'd booked the flight tickets all the way to Paris... And here's where I fucked up. Well, one of the many times. This is mistake number 6. So the original plan was fly out of Haneda, get to Heathrow, transfer. I screwed that up. Then fly over to Paris. After that, we were going to go to England by the Eurostar. Stay for 1 night because of Mr. Chris Broad. This was changed later. We added the London aspect after I'd already booked the Paris part. But it did make sense. I felt like, you know what? The Eurostar is actually pretty cool. And getting over to England might be a really fascinating chance to show Yuki my favorite part of the United Kingdom, which is Christmas and winter and the warmth and the mulled wines and all these things. The Eurostar is a train that goes from Paris to many places, including London. So I was like, okay, so I will, after our 3 nights in Paris, I'll book a train back. We'll stay at this hotel, figure out the whole day. Then we'll take the train back to Paris at 10 p.m. the next day. then go straight to Charles de Gaulle and wait there for 9 hours because our flight leaves Paris at 8 a.m. and we have to go to Frankfurt for a transfer, then back to Haneda. That alone was impossible. Originally, when I realized that we had added London, I felt like there's no way we can do this. We'd have to sit there at for 8 hours and so I was like, you know what? I've already booked the Eurostar. I've already booked the planes. I was like, we're changing it up. We're changing it up. Thank you, Sarek. Thank you, Master Shock. Appreciate that. I was like, here's what we're going to do. We're going to pivot out of this, and I'm going to rebook the plane, and I'm going to change it.
This is a present from me to
DB
you.
Stewart, absolute legend. Thank you so much, man. Thank you. Seriously. Hontoni domo. Arigatou gozaimasu. Legend, mate. Thank you. Thank you. I rebooked the flight tickets. This is about $500 to switch from those two flights over to one to Heathrow, back direct to Haneda. And I was like, you know what? That's worth the money. And when I get my refund from Eurostar, that'll negate it because that was $1,000 round trip. That's because it's 2 tickets, right? It's two tickets. So and luckily, I guess, was the economy. There's 3 different passages. There's economy, there's first class, and then there's business class. Business class, or whatever it's called, is extremely expensive. It's just absurd. However, when I was booking the tickets, the economy and the first class were within $5 each. So I was like, you know what? This will be great. I can just get 2 first class tickets to and from. And I was like, it's not that much of a difference. And we get the seats that are across from each other, and we get to look out, and we get to have this cool service. And I was like, okay. So I called Eurostar and I said, hey, there's been a change of plans. I will not be making the return trip. Can you please refund me? And they were like, of course, immediately they were like, what? They were not like that. They were like, yeah, sorry, there's no refunds on the return trip. No, we're not going to give you any money back. Sorry, nothing. You get nothing. Thank you. And I was like, well, now hold on a minute. I actually don't need the return tickets, and that's $500. Sorry, sir. Maybe you can talk to someone in London. They'll be more sympathetic to your cause, but we're not refunding anything. I was like, well, that's funny, because on the website, it said that if you cancel before 24 hours of your trip, you can get a refund. Those are for special tickets only. Did you apply for the special ticket service discount? I'm sorry, what? They're like, out. Just hang up on me. Done. And I was like, all right, cool. So they denied me immediately. And so now I'm eating the loss. And I was like, okay, fuck it. It's fine. So that night of the jazz night, we're leaving the next morning. I'm going to go. So there's mistake number 6 was changing the plane tickets, $500 fee. Here's mistake number 7, no refund for the Eurostar. That's a loss of $500 USD. So now we're $1,000 in the L. Now we're $1,000 already in the L. Plus I had chosen our seats on the airplane from Frankfurt to Japan. And I thought, I'll get us the fire escape seats so that we can get more leg room. And when we switch to our rebooking, those are out. That's another $100. So we're $1,100 in the drain for nothing other than convenience. So that night, Yuki's exhausted. It's 9:30. It's our last night in Paris. And I said, you know what I want to do? Jeff had a bar that he recommended. I'm going to go have myself a Pete night. And she's like, honey, just be careful. We have to wake up really early. Yeah. We got to wake up early in the morning. Okay. It's fine. I never stay out late. Let me just go ahead and preemptively put mistake number 8. I'm just going to put 8.
Here's a pro tip for EU/UK. Once you spend the money, just assume it's gone. Just like these 100 bits I'm never gonna fucking see again, Papu.
So, it's true. Those bits, less costly than mine. But you're right. Mistake number 8 was I went out drinking in Paris until about 3:30 in the morning. It was great. It was actually only till 2 because that's when the bar closed. And then I stumbled back to my hotel. I was never even robbed, talked to, or bothered. What's up, Sunrock? Thank you, brother.
To you.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate the 10-man. Hontoni Domo. Seriously. Thank you. So it was amazing. We went to this cool bar called The Moose. Well, I went there. There was no one with me. And it was like a movie. And it was almost like a CCTV secret TV show where they were like, let's see an American meet all kinds of different tropes. The bartender was this awesome 24-year-old Londoner who had quit his job as a law student. He had just graduated and was like figuring out his life. Then you had this young couple, just an absolutely stunning couple. They must have been like 20 years old or whatever, like as young as you can get into a bar. And they were like, you wouldn't even know. I was like, so what's, they were sitting, everyone just kind of sat next to us. And I was like, so what's your guys' history? Are you guys like dating? They're like, no. Okay, they're 18's the youngest. They were 19. I'm 99% sure they were 19. Moose, as in Moose. And they were like, she was like, you wouldn't even understand. And I was like, either you're insulting me by assuming that I don't know what it's like to be with a woman or a partner, which is possible. It's likely given this, or you just think that you're young and you have all these experiences and that I have no idea. And she was like, well, you know, we hooked up and we broke up and then we hooked up again, then we dated, then we break up. And she's like, but now we're just really good friends. And I was like, that's wonderful. And they were really, he's like, I'm studying cinema at the university. And then the girl was like, I want to study cinema too, but I can't because my mother won't let me leave graphic. And I was like, yeah, this is a crazy story. I can't possibly imagine. And they were, and by the end of the night, they were already like, I love you, I love you, I love you too, I love you. And so they'd already gotten back together by the end of the night. It was awesome. It was really sweet. And then the other guy to my right, he was from Idaho. He was an American actor who was a stuntman in Disney who during COVID got laid off from his job, but they'd given him 3 years of severance. So he was just kind of figuring out what his next step was. So I had all these cool people around me. We talked through the night. I asked the bartender, I was like, you know what? I'm kind of done with beers. Can you get me a highball? And he was like, let's figure it out. Let's make it. So we were making the whiskey and soda water. It was great. It was a lot of fun. And we drank until 2. I stumbled back. And then I felt like I gotta eat. I'm starving. I somehow managed to, I'm in the lobby of our hotel. I'm pretty drunk. I managed to get Uber Eats to deliver Burger King, but I can't read the menu of, even though I should, it has pictures, but I was like, oh God, this is so confusing. And the only thing I could make sense was it was like La King pack. And I was like, fuck it. We'll get the La King pack. And it was 2 Whoppers, 2 fries, 2 sets of chicken nuggets, and 2 drinks. And I was like, that sounds wonderful. And I think I was talking to like the dude working at the front. And I was like, hey, I have some Uber coming here. And he was like, oui?
La Whopper, how hard it could be.
And I was like, can I, I'm going to fall asleep in this chair, but when it arrives, you will just split it. And he was like, okay. I was like, all right, let's do it. Let's do it. So it was like pretty far away. I don't know how I ordered like from the furthest Burger King ever, but I'm sitting in this chair and I get a call from my Twitch rep. It's 3:45 in the morning and my representation from Twitch calls me and I am completely wasted. He was like, hey, mate, sorry to buzz you. And I was like, hi, how are you doing? He's like, all right, mate. Opportunity for you if you wanted these. I have no idea what the opportunity was. And I was like, hey, I'll be honest. It's like 3:45 in the morning. I'm in France. and I ordered Burger King. He was like, oh, fuck me. He was like, okay, I am so sorry. I was like, it's okay. It's my honeymoon. He was like, Burger King on your honeymoon? I was like, Burger King on your honeymoon. He was like, right, I will call you later, mate. And I was like, hey, thank you. Have a nice night. And so the whole time he's calling me, all I know is the next message I got from it was like, a burger for a king. Have a great night. Sorry I called you so late. Didn't know you were in Paris. So finally, somebody wakes me up, and like the guy gives me my Burger King, and I give the receptionist. I was like, "Here's your burger. Here's your fries. Here's your chicken nuggets." And I have the rest of the bag. And he was like, "What about? Isn't there another drink?" And then I was like, and I looked in it, and there was 2 drinks in there. And I was like, no. He's like, but you got like and I was like, well, I don't see it. He was like, there's not another drink. And I was like, mm-mm. He was like, he didn't pay anything. I paid for all of it. He didn't pay for anything. I did that because in my drunk brain, I wanted to give my wife the drink. I was like, and I came clean. I was like, I'm sorry, I can't give you the drink. I've got to give it to my wife. And he was like, okay, but why didn't you just tell me there was 2 drinks? I was like, I don't know. I thought you'd be angry. He was like, you gave me free food. Why would I be angry? And I was like, I don't know. And he was like, all right, thank you, sir. And I was like, okay, thank you, sir. And then so I guess that's mistake number 9. So of course, I went upstairs. I ate the food like a goblin over my sink, and obviously never even gave Yuki the drink. The ice melted, and it was just a cup of just pointless Coca-Cola in the morning. But I don't know. It just seemed like a reasonable thing to do. So I thought, like, I don't want to just give him I didn't want to give him a free drink. But he got a lot of food out of it. He got a lot of food out of it. You can't complain. It was free. It was free. That Le King pack or whatever that was 40 euros. 40 euros. And I'm very, very sorry to my Twitch man. You're a good person. You're an awesome person. And I'm sorry that I was wasted. I'm not sorry that I was wasted. It was 3:45. I could have faked it and said I'm just sleeping. But yes. So the next day, somehow, unbelievably, I woke up and by the way, I just want to point out, traveling with a partner where you do end up paying for everything is so significantly different. I'm ready next time. But every single meal was like 65 euros, 70 euros, 60 euros, 70 euros. And you're just thinking, God damn. What? What is going on? And she is worth it. It's nothing about Yuki. It's not about that at all. It's just I didn't even really think about it until, it's happening every single meal. And you're like, all right, whoa. All right. So somehow, unbeknownst, I think the Burger King did its job. Yeah, the taxman's going to have a great time. He's going to have a horrible, horrible month. I woke up at 7:30, whatever. I got up at the right time. I felt pretty well adjusted. That's my Japanese boozing helping me out. Finally, the one good thing it did. Got up, ready to go. And I'm not blaming Yuki here, like I said, as a divorce prevention method. Anytime I criticize Yuki's choices, that is in the interest of telling the story. I am in no way mad at any of the decisions that she made, even if it cost me hundreds of dollars. Yuki did not want to take the France Metro because of bed bugs. Slightly afraid that there was bugs somewhere on the trains. So I was like, all right, we'll book a taxi. It says that it's 14 euros and it takes 15 minutes to get to the place we're trying to get. That was not true. It was 40 euros and it took about an hour to get to our destination because of absolutely horrific traffic. It was gridlocked. So wouldn't you know it, the Eurostar that I tried to cancel and didn't get a chance to, well, guess who missed their international Eurostar train? Yes, that's right. It was me. Hey, I missed it. Yay. Suge. We missed it by about 6 minutes. So we showed up and they were like, we showed up about 15 minutes early and they said, you can't get on the train. I was like, why? We're here. They're like, nah, we kind of need 20 minutes to go through customs. I was like, can we go through customs now? There's no one there. And they're like, no, we really need 20 minutes. I was like, why? Here's my passport. Before it was stolen. And they were like, yeah, it's more of a rule. I'm just not going to do it. Now, again, I'm not mad at Yuki. But I did see a banging burritos place down the stairs. I was not in the greatest of moods, believe it or not. And I was like, let's just go down there and get something to eat. And she was like, I think we should go through customs now and get our tickets sorted. Oh, well, that was the thing. I guess before that, I went and talked to the person. And I said, hey, I need to exchange this ticket. And they're like, that's absolutely okay. We here at Eurostar understand that sometimes international travelers can have it really hard, and we're going to get you on that next train. And I was like, thank you. For God's sakes, finally, thank you. She's like, that's going to be 200 euro. Oh, okay. All right. I see. That's what it was. Okay. I understand. So that's now, I don't know where we're at on the down meter, $1,300. So I was like, okay, I would like to change our tickets to another one. And they were like, all right, well, the next one's in 4 hours. I was like, the next one's in 4 hours? And she was like, yep. So she did all these things. She did all that. And then she did, we're counting the $40 as Burger King. That helped me. And then she was like, all right, so at 3 p.m., you can take the thing to St. Pancras or whatever the station is in London, Pancras. And then I was like, okay. And then I was like, I also paid for these nicer seats. Can you please make sure that we have the right seats? Because I already paid $1,000 for a one-way ticket for 2 people to go to London. And she was like, yes, I've ensured that you have the same seats. And I was like, okay, thank God, because now these tickets have cost $1,200. So I walk outside and I'm looking at the transit thing and I'm like, there's another train in like an hour. Why don't we just take that one? So I go back in and I said, hey, this is a mistake here. Why can't we have the next train? She goes, you know what? I didn't even look at that. You're right. There is a train there. You can just take the next one. And I was like, okay, well, that would be nice. And so she was like, there you go, sir. It's all booked and raring to go. I was like, thank you. So then I go back outside to Yuki and I was like, hey, I'm thinking like, can we go get some food done then? She goes, I think we should go through the gate now. I see some food back there. I go, I really don't think there's going to be good food behind that gate. I think it's going to be like crappy sandwiches and shit. I really just want to get that burrito. And she goes, well, I think we should go through the gate. It's a test of wills. And I'll tell you right now, I'm strong. I'm tough. And I want that burrito. So you're right, Yuki. Let's go through the gate right now and see what food's behind there. Immediately folded. And I was like, you know what? F it. Just forget it. So predictably, predictably, we go through the thing. There is no food there. There's like some shitty sandwiches and whatever. It was awful. The coffee tasted like it was distilled through a boot. It was terrible shit. I did not get my burrito. It was absolutely ghastly. I bought a sandwich that looked decent, and the bread was harder than a cement block. It might as well have been the axle of the train that we missed that I was trying to chew through. It was horrible. And so I was like, oh, it's whatever. So I'm sitting there and I'm just like, I'm totally miserable. I'm everything I don't want to be on the trip. Everyone goes, you know, Pete, you're so positive. You're such a fun guy. You never have a bad day. Well, you. Yes, I do. That's the day I'm having right now. It sucks. So I'm sitting there and I just want to be angry, you know? I just want to be mad. And I'm sitting there and I'm just kind of like, and I'm looking at my food and I'm knocking on it and it's just a brick. And I'm like, and I'm not mad at Yuki. I'm not. I'm mad at the situation. You know, I'm mad that I had to pay all these euros for this stupid taxi. I'm mad that I had to pay all these euros for changing my train. I'm pissed that I had to change the flight. I'm just mad at life. And I'm sitting there, and Yuki's like, well, why don't you eat something? And I was like, I don't want this food. This food tastes bad. I don't want it. And then, like, I'm just determined to be pissed off. And then somebody to the right of Yuki, this girl, right next to Yuki, says, I'm just sitting there upset. And she goes, I'm really sorry. Premiere 2? Oh no! So now I gotta change. I gotta fix it. I gotta fix it.
That's funny.
It's not funny. What's up, Ingvald? How you doing, man? How are you doing, dude? And so, thank you so much for throwing out 5 gifted subs, brother. And you know what? It actually helped me because I was like, you know what? Now is not the time to be. And I said, I am so sorry. Yes, I probably look just like a total mess. Nice to meet you. And she was like, my husband's a really big. He really likes, you know, a big fan of Chris's, and he, you know, he thinks your videos are. I said, that's actually truly incredible. That is so kind. And I was like, that's actually amazing. And she said, yeah, she was Japanese. So we get to meet another Japanese person. And she's like, we just moved back to Japan and, you know, he really likes your videos. He might be watching right now, this awesome guy. Ed, if you're out there, thank you so much. And so I was like, wow, that's incredible. And, you know, we were able to talk through it, we swapped some stories. And I said, you know, next time when I get back to Japan, why don't I go ahead and I'll get your line information. You can add me into a group message with Ed, and maybe we can go get a pint. We can have a chat. And she was like, that'd be awesome. So we took the picture. I did the premiere pose. It's out there somewhere. It's a great photo. And we got to share in like a cool moment. And it did help me get back on track of feeling like, hey man, this could be way worse. And so thank you to those two, that wonderful couple who were able to get me back on track. So now we get on the train. I have a bad feeling when they're putting us at coach 16, which is in like the very, 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 very back. And I was like, wait a minute. I was like, honey,
this is our town.
It looks like we're being moved to the economy section, which is fine. I'm not like above economy. And I was like, I have a really big feeling that they're not going to get us the tickets I paid for. And I said, hey, I'm really sorry. I looked in there, and of course, it's 2 chairs sandwiched together, very tight. And I was like, I'm really sorry to bother you. I've had a bit of a day, ma'am. I was like, I actually paid for business class seats where we could face each other and look at the rolling hills of France as we go towards London. And she was like, I'm so sorry, we're all booked. This is the only seats we have left. And I was like, I understand that. But see, I paid for this, and I'm not even using my return ticket. And we missed the last train because of some technicality. She's like, you can try to talk to the train manager. I'm really sorry. I went to the top. He's like, I'm all booked up here, mate. I don't know if I can get you on the train. I'm so sorry. You're going to have to take the seats you got, or you're going to have to stay and wait. And I was like, are you sure there's not like two? Can we just kick someone else out instead of me? He's like, I do what I got to do. And I was like, all right. He's like, I'll tell you what, I can get you a free meal, all right? We'll bring you some food, okay? And I was like, Yep. Okay. All right. So we sit in this thing, and it's a dreadful ride. It fucking sucks. I will say this. The woman who tried to help me initially, she came to me 3 or 4 times to make sure we were okay and to try to check if we're all right, if we're doing okay. And I said, we're fine. This is as long as we can get there. There's nothing you can do about it. And she was like, "Why? What's the situation?" I was like, "Well, it's our honeymoon, and I tried to get her a nice chair so we could enjoy this because I was really excited about taking this train." And she was like, "Oh my God, I am so sorry. I genuinely." And I was like, "It's all right. It's not your fault. Really, it's not." And she said, "I'll tell you what. I can't really do anything, but I'll be right back." And she came back and she gave us a full, huge bottle of champagne to take to our hotel to celebrate our honeymoon. That's very nice. That's very nice. Unbelievable.
This is like a modern version of National Lampoon's European Vacation, with you as Clark Griswold.
It is not great. Unfortunately, that was never drunk. So we'll get to that in a minute. But it was still, I feel like even though we didn't drink it, it was the thought that counts. It was like the fact that somebody was kind enough to look out for us and to do something nice to us was nice. Champagne went unopened and completely unused, but it's fine. I really feel like it's that tasted, the sweet taste of kindness was awesome. And I actually liked the Eurostar itself. It's just a shame that we were in a very, very uncomfortable situation. So, if you'd complained more, you would have had no sympathy from them. Well, it's not even that I was complaining. I felt like I was rightfully upset that they had been very unhospitable towards a paying customer who already paid for what I bought it. But yeah, it's fine. So now we get to London, and we're rapidly approaching the theft.
It's our town, scrub.
What's up, Yojimbo? What's up, Dragon? So here's the, this part hurts. Before I left for France, I went out with a good friend of mine. His name is Chris. Mr. Chris Broad. We wanted to discuss my participation in a Journey Across Japan 6, where we were ironing out some details, where we could navigate the timeline. When am I going to be back? And I told him, hey, I'm going to go to Paris. And he goes, why don't you go to Japan? Oh, no, sorry. Why don't you go to London? It'd be great, mate. Nah, I think we're just going to stay in Paris 5. No, rubbish. You take your wife on honeymoon to Paris. That's all. I was like, well, yeah, I just haven't really thought. Take the Eurostar. It's the best seat in town. You'll love it. And I was like, yeah, but I haven't booked a hotel. He goes, oh, jolly boy, leave that to me. He's like, give me your phone. And I was like, all right. And he was like, I found it. Perfect. Why don't you stay at the Savoy? I was like, the Savoy? I thought that was like a grill. He goes, no, mate. Only the finest for you, mate. And I was like, well, that sounds, I don't know if that's a,
Best Chris Impersonation Award to you.
Thanks. I was like, well, I was going to say in Fitzrovia, near Fitzrovia's rubbish. Wouldn't be caught dead in Fitzrovia. No. we're going to go to the Savoy. And I was like, okay. He's like, well, and I was like, it won't accept my booking thing. It only is. And he goes, no, I'll book it. I'll put it in your name and you can pay me the pounds now. I'll send you an invoice. I think Chris has exquisite taste in hotels. I will say that. Wow, what a place. Also, Chris vastly, possibly overestimates how wealthy I am. Did you know that the Savoy actually has a room that comes with a butler? I didn't know that. I didn't even know that kind of service existed. Did you know that the Savoy has various different suites and levels of there's a lot of choices to be made, and you can scroll down quite far before you find the room that we got. So we get to the Savoy, London. We get out at Covent Garden. It's beautiful. It's amazing. There was a slight problem at the metro where we had to use a wireless, like, I don't know what it's called. It's like a touchless card. I don't know. I'm not familiar with this form of transportation. I don't know the word. I'm sorry. I never heard it before. And Covent, whatever it's called. Contactless. That's the word. And it wasn't, we used our credit cards, but Yuki's credit card was not contactless, but my backup card that I never use was, so that it's kind of like, it's this, I have it in case of emergencies. So I said, here, you can just hold on to this and I can use my normal card and you can use my backup and we can both go through. So we get to the right place. The tube's kind of confusing, but we found it. We go to Covent Garden or whatever it's called, and then we walk to the Savoy. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. We get there and this, all right, hold on, let's hold for the ads because this is a, I'll tell you what. I'll send you guys a couple of the pictures I took of this place. Oh my God. What a day. I hope you guys are enjoying this this kind of catch-up stuff, just us talking and hanging out. I don't know if it's interesting or not. I'm not my normal coherent self of able to like normally storytell. I'm going through a bit of exhaustion at the moment.
This is our town, scrub.
Yeah, beat it. Okay. I mean, I'm not actually exhausted. I'm just, it was, well, you'll see what happens the final day. Thank you guys for the subscriptions. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Bad Lemon, coming in. Appreciate that, boss man. I need a vacation from my vacation. It's true. So it only gets better.
Peter, if we weren't having fun, there wouldn't be 2,500 people watching you play an old man travel slideshow.
True. Let's enjoy it for what it is, right? Let's enjoy it. So here's what we've got. So we get to the Savoy, and we walk up to the counter, and I say yes, and I look awful, guys. I do. I've got like 5 days worth of growth of hair under my beard. There's no place on planet Earth, I guess in Europe, that gives you a free razor when you go to a hotel. Doesn't matter the cost. So I had to, I was trying to find a place that would allow me to shave. But in Japan, they're like every single place. Every single hotel comes with like a razor. So I'm sitting there and I'm struggling, guys. So I'm like, I look haggard. I look disgusting. I'm wearing like, I haven't been able to do laundry in ages. So they say, oh, monsieur, you have booked, Mr. Macy, we'll take your bags right now. And I said, thank you. So they take Yuki's bags, and I said, oh, I can hold on to mine. It's just a backpack and a shoulder bag. And they go, not a problem. We've already called your butler, Michael. He's on his way down to the foyer, and we'll give you a tour of the Savoy, and we'll show you to the room. We do have some news. Your original lodging could not possibly be booked, so we've upgraded you to the Winston Churchill suite. What? What? The Winston Churchill suite? Hey, yo, let's go. And I'm not exaggerating. As it was told to me by Michael, this was the room that Churchill stayed in for months. That was his room. And outside on the door, it has his name underneath it. It's on the corner. It's very exciting. For the low price of one night of only... It's my honeymoon. I love my wife. Chris is my best friend. These are good people. 1,800 pounds. Oh, God! It's okay. It's okay. It's a honeymoon. 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 We have a butler. We have a butler. We have a butler. We have a butler. It's amazing. It's amazing. It's the Savoy. It's the Savoy. Nothing will happen in central London. Everyone's nice. Everyone's nice. Everyone's nice. It's a nice part of town. But, and then we got the, we go to the Churchill room, and what's the
That's a spicy meatball.
It is a spicy meatball. And so the original room was still that much, but I think the Winston Churchill room is actually significantly more expensive. Though it wouldn't surprise me. My friend told me, he's like, what if you go there and they're like, this is the Winston Churchill room. It's on the corner. Somewhere there's like a cut from like a TV show, and just down the hall in the other corner, someone's going, this is the Winston Churchill room. It's on the corner. And there's like 4 different couples going to the Winston Churchill room. We're all just being lied to. No, but this was the real one. This was the real one. It's true. So we go out, and the butler takes us across. He gives us a tour, and I already, due to Chris's suggestion.
All I'm hearing is that there's definitely a subathon coming.
No. Subathons do not pay for my mistakes. That's not how that works. If I have the content, there will be a subathon, but I won't use you guys to take care of my errors. But so we get a tour, and Chris is, I can't help but recommend, don't forget to book the afternoon tea at the Savoy. It's wonderful. Your wife will never forget it. I was like, afternoon tea, that sounds cheap. Okay. So I was like, but Michael, make sure you put us down for an afternoon tea tomorrow at 12:45 in the afternoon. He's like, right away, sir. That'll be the 2 of you. And I was like, yes, afternoon tea. We'll have a biscuit and a spot of tea. I'm going to already go ahead and put that down as mistake number 11 preemptively. And so Michael gives us a tour, and he goes, this is the very first electric lift in England. It is it was built in 1899. It was affectionately known as the Ascending Room. And I was like, well, that's quite interesting. He was like, that's right. The Savoy does feature the first elevator in England. And actually, it's quite interesting. It used to take an hour to reach the top floor. And I was like, oh, is that where Churchill said? He goes, no, he's on the 3rd floor. Back in the old days, it would be better to stay near the ground because those were more expensive rooms because they were quicker to the exit. And Churchill was quite fond of this room, as you'll see. And I was like, okay, that sounds cool. And so, and I was like, that sounds nice. It's whatever. So we go out, and he shows us the afternoon tea room. And I was like, this doesn't look cheap. I was like, are they having afternoon tea right now? He's like, yes, they are, sir. And I was like, is she wearing Gucci? Yes. Is that guy wearing Louis Vuitton? He is. Huh. Is there any young people here? No, sir. Okay. So I was like, it's too late. We're on vacation. It's great. And so we go up to the room, and it is absolutely stunning, guys. It's a beautiful room. It's absolutely gorgeous. I have some pictures I can show. Yuki has most of them. Apologies that I don't have as many as I would like to show you.
Chris is a billionaire. Now we know.
Well, I don't think so. I think he was just looking out for me. But this is the main room, as the Winston Churchill room right there, where we can relax and watch all sorts of things, where you look over the River Thames. And it has all of these pictures of Churchill over there. The champagne was on the house, as were a bowl of fruits, olives, and crisps, and a collection of delicacies. And a fireplace, of course, of course. It's very nice. I've heard the Queen herself would like to stay there. And then there's like a whole bunch of other like rooms. Let me see where we're at on the... I don't think we have a picture of... I don't, not right now. But yeah, it's really, really, really nice, obviously. So we go to the Savoy, and I said, all right, we're going to have to... So this is a beautiful place. I'll send you guys... I'll put the rest of the pictures in Discord. It's absolutely amazing. And Yuki and I decided, if we're playing all of this money, we should actually, try to come back early and enjoy this room as much as we can and just enjoy this atmosphere. And everything smelled so great in the Savoy, and everything was so cool. But I was like, but first let's go walk through Leicester Square. I want to take you to Piccadilly Circus. It's going to get raining soon, so I want to show you parts of London that I think are amazing. So I was like, let's go. And she's like, well, my bags haven't been delivered yet. And I was like, what? And so I have like, there's a button on my room service phone to call my butler directly. So I was like, hi, Michael. He was like, yes, sir. I was like, we haven't received my wife's bags yet. And he goes, oh, sorry, sir. Let me look into that for you right away. It's already been about an hour and a half because the tour and all of like these different areas we've already been touring. And I hate to admit it, it took about 3 hours for our bags to arrive, for her bags. And so now it's getting late in the evening, and I couldn't, and like she got her bags and she noticed that there was some stuff on the top of it. We think they may have been put outside, or they were left outdoors when it snowed a little bit, or they were left somewhere. And so I don't know exactly what happened, but nothing was stolen. Nothing was missing. And I was like, it's very perplexing though, that they misplaced the bags. This is in the back of my head. And that little piece of information is going to influence some decision-making later. Let me tell you. And so it was like, we'd been at the hotel for about 3 hours. We're finally ready to go. We go outside. We walk around. Leicester Square is amazing. All of this area is beautiful. God, London and England and the United Kingdom is perfect for Christmas. It's the best time to visit. It's unbelievable. Everything is just so gorgeous, and I love the lights. I love the pubs. I love it all. It's just so good. So we walk around. We enjoy the sights. We take all kinds of cool little photos and places. And I'm dumb, and I don't know how anything works. I wanted to buy a bratwurst at the Leicester Square Christmas pop-up, but I stood in the wrong line because some British chap said, "Move over, mate. I'm trying to get my sausage." And I said, "I'm sorry, man. I thought I was in the right." So now I'm in a different line because he kind of pushed me aside, and I'm waiting for like 15 minutes to pay. And then I realized this moved me aside to get in line for himself. So now I'm waiting, and I was waiting in the line where I'm supposed to give them my order ticket. I wasn't even in the fucking line. I was in the wrong one. So I didn't even get my sausage, didn't even get my bratwurst. And I told Yuki, it's fine, let's just go. we walk around, we see the sights. It's quite nice. It's beautiful. We go to a place to get fish and chips because that's what Yuki really, really, really wanted. And so we got some great fish and chips. It was delicious. A small W, they had made a mistake when we ordered our food and they brought us the wrong drink. And it was like the Christmas cocktail. It was not a particularly good cocktail, but they gave it to us for free because of the error. So I got a beer, a cocktail, and I got Yuki a mocktail. So yeah, that part was good. I got some pictures I can queue up for you guys right here. Give me a second. Do I? Here's the picture of the ascending room. There it is. That's the original, the very first elevator in all of England. And look at Yuki enjoying her fish and chips with the tartar and the smushy peas, whatever you call it. And the crisps. Kawaii. There's the Christmas cocktail I got for free. Pretty cool. It was really delicious. There's Yuki outside of Piccadilly Circus. Who knew this was a wretched hive of scum and villainy waiting to pickpocket? As you can see, there's the mistake already. We can see that the backpack is around her back. Beautiful picture outside of Covent Garden. Big Christmas tree together, having fun. The Apple Market, handmade arts and designs. Please no advice, Widget. I appreciate it. I already know all the things you're going to say. Trust me. It's already crossed my mind, mate. It's already crossed my mind. It's all I know. So, it was beautiful, guys. It was absolutely beautiful. It was amazing. So we go home, we go back to the Savoy, and I tell Yuki, this is amazing. I'm going to take a bath because we have the most enormous bath I've ever seen in my entire life. It's super cool. And in fact, I think, you know what? Tell you what I'm going to do. I think I have a video I can share with you guys, but I want to watch it first before I I want to watch it first so that I can see for sure that I didn't record anything stupid. I don't think I did because I sent it to my cousin Jeff, but I'll take a look first. I'll take a look first. It's not me in the bath. You would be so lucky to have that. You would be lucky to have the bath video, which I did not take. But I did ask Yuki to... Where's the video, mates? Send it already. Oh, it's a big video. It's a minute. So anyway, I can tell you this. So I asked Yuki while I was in the bath, can you please order room service? I just want to try their avocado toast from the Savoy. This will be very good. And she was like, I'm nervous about calling the front desk. I was like, Yuki, you don't need to be scared here. You got to have confidence. You got to be willing to go out on your own. Do things by yourself. This is a chance for you to flex your English ability. Don't worry about it. I believe in you. And she's like, really? I was like, yes, we're in London. This is perfect. What could possibly go wrong? She's like, all right. And so she calls the place, and it's a nightmare because she loses confidence. She doesn't sound like she's enjoying it. But nevertheless, of course, she did great. The avocado toast did come in. And look at that. It's a banging avocado toast. It's very, very good. It was extremely expensive. But it was very, very, very good. Okay, now hold on a minute. Let me see here. We're going to turn down the volume on this. Now, I'm going to watch this for 1 second. I want to show you guys the whole hotel. But I'm just making sure that there's nothing weird. The UK is extremely... I can't believe I filmed this in regular mode. Not even... I didn't even turn the phone sideways. What an idiot I am. What a dummy. That's a mistake. That's number... I was just tired. You know, we've been traveling nonstop. I'm pretty sure this video's fine. There's only one part I'm worried about. It's right here. That's cute. That's cute. I think we'll be all right. I'm the worst. How did I do this so... I was just taking a quick video for Jeff, guys. It was supposed to be just a quick... It was supposed to be just a quick thing. I fucked up. Coco Kara. All right, let's take a look together. So here's a slight room tour. I was showing him the grounds, and then we have the first bathroom on the left with Winston Churchill himself watching you take a shit. Then you go into the main room where you have a beautiful setup of all sorts of books and complimentary drinks and chocolates and coffees and espressos. And there's the more Winston Churchill, the old lion himself, with his photos overlooking us at every single moment. There's me in the reflection. I wanted to show you. It doesn't even open, I found. Oops. But, like, there's the River Thames, Big Ben, the big wheel, the Ferris wheel, and all of these other beautiful lights. What an extraordinary view. And then we go into the master bedroom. This is where Yuki is dancing. She does hula. You guys already know this, though. But she was enjoying the beautiful view of, like, all of London. So she was just doing hula outside, looking over the Thames. That's cute. There's our coat rack and our second bathroom with our ginormous bathtub. And oh, look, there he is, the legend himself. So that's the hotel room, and with butler service and all the like. So it was super cool.
This is our town, scrub.
Thank you so much, Nopolis. Thank you so much. So we go back to the hotel. We get the toast. I say, thank you for ordering the toast, Yuki. I was like, don't worry. Tomorrow, I'm going to meet my friend. After we have... So the plan is simple. After we have afternoon tea, right? We're going to have afternoon tea. After that finishes, I'm going to meet my friend because he's coming into town to visit me early, and he's going to check out a football game in Fulham versus Nottingham Forest. I said, why don't you come to the pub with us and get day drunk and have some fun? It's going to be a really good time. Boys, the plan is simple. Yeah, that's right. It is simple. So, yeah, it was not. So she said, no, I want to walk around and I want to see Big Ben and Westminster and all of, like, the Buckingham Palace. And I said, okay. All right, I understand completely. You know, it's your trip as well. And she's like, but I'm afraid to go alone. She literally talked to me about this so much. And I was like, don't be afraid to go alone. You've got this. She's like, but I haven't been anywhere without you this whole trip. And I was like, it's all right. You can walk around London. It's London, for fuck's sake. You'll be fine. And I'll be quite close. It's going to be just fine. And she was like, you know, she was like, all right, you should have been with her. Do not. No. Yuki is not a child. Yuki is not a child. This is not a mistake. It's fine. It was, my advice may be bad, but it's the middle. It's 2 p.m. She'd been with me constantly. She's not helpless, you know? And I don't want to, it's not Yuki's fault. It's not my fault. it's a lot of different circumstances that, and if I was there, we could have been robbed anyway. We don't know. We don't know. We were the victims here. It's nobody's fault. It's the mugger's fault. But I feel like any city that you go to that is a major town, I feel like a grown-ass adult should be able to walk 15 to 30 minutes without getting robbed. I mean, that's what it should be like. That's not even, anyway. So like we go out and let's get to the positive parts. If you remember from earlier, I did injure my ankle. I popped my Achilles, not badly, but it strained it and it was swollen. So we woke up early, we checked out of the Savoy, and this is where the one true mistake that I regret. This is the one. As we were leaving, I had kept... There's so many circumstances that had to me for this to go wrong. One, when I went to America, my card would often not work. I was extremely worried about being in a situation where I was in a foreign country like England or in Paris and my card would not work. My card doesn't even work at Japanese convenience stores. It only goes when I go to the bank. So I had some real doubts and I was really nervous. So I had a lot of euros still saved from last time. I had an extra credit card just in case. And I traded out a lot of pounds and for pounds. And because I was running very short notice, I decided to take out an extraordinary amount of yen as an emergency. And I left some of that at home, thankfully. All of this was always under lock and key. All of this was always in a safe. I only took out what I was willing to lose or get robbed, in case of an emergency. But wouldn't you know it, it was time to check out of one of the most expensive hotels in all of the country, and maybe the world. We're leaving the Winston Churchill room, and it came down to my decision. I asked the Savoy if they could hold our bags until 6 p.m. They said yes. As I handed them the bags, I took back my bag and said, wait, I shouldn't leave the money in here because they lost my bags yesterday. But I shouldn't hold it on me because I'm going to a pub and it's going to be packed. And I don't want to have that kind of money on my person. What am I going to do with my valuables? Yuki, I'm going to have to ask you to please put this in your pouch safely. It's everything I have. But just don't lose it. And she was like, okay.
This is our town, scrub.
You're only going to be gone for 30, 45 minutes. So when you come back, you can hand it to me and I'll keep it on my person. She was like, all right. I was like, okay, cool. Here's my blue pouch. Has my passport. Has at least $4,000. And she has my credit cards. One of my credit cards.
This is our town, scrub.
30 minutes. 45 max. What's the worst that could happen? So, before that afternoon tea, though, my stupid ankle would not heel and it hurt really bad. So we had enough time to go for a walk. And I said, why don't we go take a look at Big Ben and Westminster together? Because I know you're nervous about it. Well, I was able to make it to Westminster, but I was walking so slowly because of my leg. So we got a great picture. We got the premiere pose. I got a beautiful one. We made it all the way to Westminster Abbey, which used to be the Church of St. Peter, whatever, all this bullshit. It's a great photo. It's a great day. It's beautiful. It's sunny. Yuki's very thankful that it's a bright, sunny day in England. But unfortunately, I could not make it back in time because we couldn't make it to Big Ben, which is like 8 minutes away. It's so close. It's right there. But I had to go back because I was afraid that we were going to be late for our reservation at the afternoon tea. So we go back to the afternoon tea, and she's just going to have to go to Big Ben and to Buckingham by herself.
What if this was all a ruse? What if Yuki pocketed the money and tossed your passport in an attempt to flee the ear-shattering sound that is your voice?
Honestly, mate.
Yes, chat, this is a joke, pipe down.
I honestly wish that was the truth. I honestly wish that was the truth. I honestly wish it was the truth. I feel like my big fear was the pub was going to be packed. And I just felt like having all of that on just me.
How was the afternoon tea anyway? What kind of fancy foods and drink did they serve?
I'm getting there,
and
Widget.
How much did that cost?
I'm getting there. But yes. So that was my big fear. But before we get robbed, Yuki and I had a tremendous time at the afternoon tea. And I'm not familiar with Japanese cuisine. I'm not familiar with Japanese culture. I'm sorry, English. I'm very familiar with Japanese culture and things. I'm not familiar with English anything. So I'm not sure how often do you change teas at afternoon teas? Can you change teas? All I can tell you is I looked at the price and I realized this is absolutely not cheap. These are, afternoon tea means it's time to go to the bank. Per person, it is 90 euros. It is 90 pounds. 90 pounds each. 90 pounds each for afternoon tea. And Yuki, God bless her, she's so cute and so lovely. And she saw at another table somebody had this sort of Pinot Noir bubble thing. And I was like, how much could it be? That's insane. Well, just this glass of wine was 40 more euros each. It's our honeymoon. What do you want me to do? So it has a bubble. It's what she wanted. It looks like it's a bubble. We couldn't possibly make that. I love you, honey. I love you so much. Nothing. So we had this. I do want to show you guys. There was a delicious. Where is it? Where did I put it? Is it over here somewhere? There's the Winston Churchill. There's the Winston Churchill suite himself. The old lion enjoyed it all to himself. He wouldn't share now, would he? I will say, it's not $90 good, but this shit was amazing.
Man was speedrunning bankruptcy.
You're telling me. The sandwich spread here was the old bulldog. That's what it was. This was really good. This brown egg sandwich, this festive curry, turkey, whatever the fuck. I ordered like 3 of those because when I saw those 90 pounds, I'm going to eat as many of those as I can. This salmon cream Pinot Noir, give it to me, baby. I'll take all of it. The coronation, that's what it was. Yes, the coronation. They replaced the chicken with the turkey this year for festive reasons, mate. And then these up here were rice pudding, raspberry, salmon fuckery. Then you had a chocolate, crispy, crunchy, whatever, Moulin Rouge, and then a carrot cake brioche card with carrots. And then these scones were really, really good. All you had to do was barely tap them open, and you could put this wonderful butter and jam on them. And I ordered about 3 different teas. I was like, I'm not leaving here without a third tea. I got like a peppermint and ginger, an English breakfast something, and then something tea. So you can get free refills. I'm not a Tory. I just went to one place. I don't even know what that means. My name is Peter. So after all of this, we felt very embarrassed because of what I was wearing. My Sonic Boom Guile sweater. So after that, this is where tragedy decided to rear its ugly head, okay? This is where things go bad. I gave Yuki my passport, my money pouch, the $4,000, all of the ridiculous shit, all of it. My entire trip savings for emergencies, for everything. And I said, honey, you just got to walk around London. And I honestly thought this would be the safest place. Buckingham Palace. The king lives there. Don't you guys have Scotland Yard? Don't you have constabularies and bobbies? Don't you have, like, Sherlock Holmes on the beat? Couldn't he crack this case? It's London. How could this be a thing? How could this be possible? Don't you have cameras on every corner and a heightened police presence? Unbelievable, mate. So, Yuki, I go to, of course, I choose the one pub that's impossible to pronounce. I'm waiting for my friend who happens to be running late because of traffic. And I said, hey, I'm at Covent Garden right across the street. There is a place called the Nag's Head. The Nag's Head. He was like, brilliant, mate. See you there. I was like, all right, I'm going to go to the Nag's Head and I'm going to order a pint while waiting. He was like, cool. See you. Perfect. So I'm waiting at the Nag's Head and I have like a Guinness, pint of Guinness. I'm really excited about meeting my friend. If you guys remember when Chris did his chess boxing, there was a cameo briefly of an amazing man named Nick. He is one of the kindest people I've ever met on planet Earth. He is absolutely brilliant. He is kind. He is wonderful. He is an absolute saint. A nag is a horse. It's the horse's head. He is a very strong man. He is the GOAT. He's amazing. He is absolutely amazing. So, I haven't heard from Yuki. It's been about 10 minutes. And that's Nicholas Pettis. It's a different Nick. It's his British friend Nick. It's not Nick Pettis. He's also amazing. There's a second Nick. Not the big, strong kickboxing Nick. The other Nick who is barely in it. So, but yes, it is. Anyway, I'm waiting there. I'm drinking my pint. And, yo, Hokrat,
This
thank
is a
you, mate.
present from me to you.
Appreciate you. Hontoni domo arigatou gozaimasu. Thank you, mate. Thank you. So, really, I see him walk in, and I hold up the menu, and then I do the cool little thing where you lower it down. And you go, what are you doing here? We stood up. I gave him a handshake, and I said, hey, what's up, Grant? And I said, hey, you son of a bitch, welcome. And I was like, what do you think? This is it. And he goes, brilliant place, mate. Good to see you again. I go, wait, hold on a second. I got a phone call. Hello, Yuki? What are you calling? This is tragic. I've never heard somebody, literally, I've studied acting my entire life, and it's very, very rare to see raw, pure emotion in such an the fear, the confusion, the guilt, the disappointment, everything was on that phone call. And at first I was like, what's going on? What's going on? And she was like, I got robbed. And I was like, are you okay? Are you all right? What happened? And she's like, my wallet got stolen. And I was like, your wallet got stolen? She's like, my wallet's stolen. I don't know what to do. I was like, calm down. Where are you? And she's like, I don't know. I'm somewhere near Buckingham Palace, and I'm near a park. And somebody stopped me and they said, hey, your bag's open. And I looked around and it's gone. It's everything's gone. I say, it's okay. Just hold on a minute. I need you to come to me. I don't know where you're at. I don't know what to do. I was like, I know, but I have a pint in front of me. And I was like, you should go get a drink. Go get a drink. It's going to be a minute. And I was like, I don't know if I can find you as easily as you can find me. So just walk back here, retrace your steps, and we'll take care of it. Don't worry about a thing. It's going to be all right. And I was like, your wallet got stolen. She's like, yes, it's gone. My wallet's gone. It had my credit card. And I was like, that's okay. And I was like, actually, that had my credit card too, but that's all right. I have my other credit card. And I was like, but do you still have the blue pouch? You know, the one I gave you with my passport and my money? Yuki? Then I heard true desperation, true panic, true despair. I felt so bad for her. That's when she realized she had forgotten at that moment about that aspect of it. And she said, well, she just kept apologizing. And I said, it's not your fault. It's not your fault. I'm just glad you're not hurt. And then I was like, hey, mate, he came back and of course, Nick, being a legend, already had 2 giant pints, ready for us. He was like, I think you might need another based on how you looked when I was at the bar seeing you. And I was like, yep. And I was like, it is not your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. And she was like, it's my fault. I got it. And I was like, don't worry about it. Come back to, she was like, I don't know where to go. And I was like, oh, God damn it. I was like, let me go outside. I was like, Yuki, come to the Nag's Head. She's like, the what? I was like, the Nag's Head. She's like, the Nazgul? And I was like, no, I'm not looking for the One Ring. I was like, the Nag's Head. And she's like, I don't know what that is. And I was like, it's Uma no Atama. She's like, what are you talking about? I was like, I wish I was exaggerating. I'm not. I had zero connection in this area of London. And I kept getting disconnected. That's why I went to the Nag's Head, because while I was waiting, I was like, I could not contact anybody. And I was like, okay. I was like, I've dropped you the name 1,000 times. Just try to make your way here. And I was like, go back to the station, Covent Garden. And I was like, please try to make it back, and we'll sort it out when you get here. And so we talked, and she made her way. She was making her way there. I went back to talk to Nick, and he was like, what happened, mate? And I was like, Yuki was pickpocketed. She's fine. She's not hurt, but we lost, we lost our passports and a couple of credit cards and a lot of money. But who needs money? It's okay. And he was like, oh, fuck me, mate. I'm so sorry. And I was like, it's okay. I was like, I need a minute to just think. And he was like, I totally understand. And I was like, and this is between us, right? I was like, it's very rare where, I'm not mad at Yuki, but I was like, this is a real chance to step up as a decent human being here. We've got to convince her that it's not her fault, because if I know Yuki, she's going to think that this was something that she did wrong, but it's not. And it's just money. It's just a passport. All this shit can be replaced. And I do believe that. I honestly do. it's disappointing. It's frustrating, and it's a horrible realization. But like, I was like, what can I do to mitigate this? Because I just want her to feel better.
Blame the criminals, not the victims.
Of course, man. I mean, I totally agree. And so I was like, just if you can just help me create this positive, this atmosphere, and just let me, you know, just try to help me get through this. He was like, I got you, man. I totally understand. And I was like, okay. I was like, I'm going to be a little distracted, but I hope that doesn't belie my confusion. I'm going through a lot right now. My feeling was, I was still trying to figure out, oh, fuck, what do I do? Where do I go? How do I get us home safely? You know, how can I sort this out as like a husband and as a friend and as a partner and like all these things that are going through. I was like, how can I just get this? And I need a little time. And I'm not really good at improvising big stuff like this, but I was like, okay, but we'll figure it out. It's like, it's around this time. It's about 4 p.m. And so Yuki, being brilliant, on her way back to find the Nag's head, which she never did find. She managed to cancel both our credit cards. Well done. And she was already on the phone with the traveler's insurance.
This was all a setup by the master criminal Barry Chopsticks. He was in on it.
I think Chris was amused by the fact that we were robbed by the Savoy. And so she canceled both those. And Nick was already locked in and getting a hold of the English embassy for me on my behalf because my phone couldn't connect to shit. So Nick was calling them. I was sitting there drinking. And luckily, you know, Nick and I had about 35, 40 minutes to formulate a plan. It was okay for us to figure out how can we, it allowed me to joke about some of the situation and like, you know, just kind of accept it, which is amazing. It's like totally great. And I also wanted to make sure he didn't miss his football match. And so Yuki, eventually I go outside. It's like, you just got to come to the Nag's Head. I finally pin dropped it. I was like, just make your way here. You will see us. We got it. And Nick got her a Coca-Cola ready. He already had me a third pint ready. It was really great too. And then so Yuki shows up, but I did get this. This was the last photo she took. This is moments before disaster. One of my favorite photos of the entire trip, which I'll show you in a minute.
Hi Pete, Nick here. Have applied for a job at the US Embassy ahead of your next trip to London. So sorry you guys had to go through all of this, but glad you and Yuki got back safely. Catch up soon under better circumstances.
Is that really you, mate? Is that really you? I don't know if that's actually legitimately, is that you? Because you are the MVP. You are the you absolutely saved us. And you guys haven't even heard, Nick's legend goes further. It's really me. Chiaki says hi. Dude, you have no idea how much I appreciate you. You have no idea how much you bailed me out of this situation. But wait, there is more. This Giga Chad's legend grows larger by the day. I need to VIP this man. I hope that you would agree that I was not a terrible, horrible idiot during that circumstance. I hope. I was just going through a lot, man. I was going through the motion, but this is the last picture that Yuki took, probably right before she got robbed. Poor Yuki. Poor Yuki. She just wanted to have a picture of Big Ben. She just wanted to have a picture of Big Ben, and so that was it. So, poor gal. So we calculate, all right, this is what we're going to do. We're going to have fun. It's going to be good. Let's get her. She drank her Coca-Cola. We all had some laughs at the Nag's Head. We had some drinks. We told her it's going to be fine, and it is going to be fine. And Nick was able to help me get a hold of the embassy. They were closed at that time, and so we emailed them, and they, that's all we can do. There was an emergency contact information. They said they would get back to me as soon as possible. So we've canceled all the stuff. We've reconciled the fact that all of the money is gone. We're okay we still have one of my credit cards left, and we still have each other. And that's why this is my favorite photo of the entire trip. Absolutely the best photo, I think, of the entire trip. I genuinely love it. Another notch on Nick's belt for taking such an incredible photo. And that's Yuki about to drink her cider. And my favorite part, when Yuki saw it, she's clutching. She never let go of that bag again. Ever. She never let go of it again. And I'll tell you, the one thing I heard the rest of the trip was, do you have your passport? Do you have your wallet? Do you have your money? I was like, I don't have my passport. I don't have my passport, actually. And she'd go, oh, no, you're right. And then she'd laugh at me. I'd say, but that's okay. She'd be like, do you have your phone? I was like, yes, I do. So here are the good news. The good news is as follows. Those terrible thieves, they took my passport, but not Yuki's. Yuki's happened to be in a different part of her bag that was more protected. And of course, hindsight being 2020, I wish that we could have put my pouch there. So mine was taken. Unfortunately, only my money was taken, and I had given Yuki 200 pounds in addition to that, plus she still had a couple of euros left in addition to the pouch, so in the wallet of hers. And Yuki, being very smart, much smarter than me, Yuki had brought a extra wallet and left all of her personal identification at home. My number card, her ID cards, her driver's license, all of that stuff. All she had in her wallet was my money and my credit card. So, I mean, if it's gonna be one of us who gets totally I'm glad it's me. That's fine. And also, I was really careful with my stuff, so it was always I didn't lose any of my stuff, so that's good. Other than what she had in her possession. My stuff was the decoy. It's fine. It's fine. And all right, hold on. I'll wait for a second. I can show you guys this though. Give me a second. Here he is, ladies and gentlemen, the man, the myth, the legend. As many bad people that there are in London and in the United Kingdom, there are better human beings. There are people who champion what's right, who are kind, who are Nottingham fans, who lose 5-0 when you think your day can't get any worse. It can. There are decent humans in this world. In fact, fuck it. That's my guy. He got me this. He already got me a Nottingham scarf. I keep it by my stream at all times.
Thanks for reminding me of the score.
My apologies, mate. That was bad. That was my fault. But hey, and you know what else? I love being able to compliment him right to his face because there are very few times where you meet people who are just genuinely helpful and kind. I'll get to this one last legend in a minute. So the thing was, Yuki, as I was saying, Yuki had left everything at home. All of her ID cards, all of her driver's license, all of her different point cards that she was very upset about potentially losing. I was like, yeah, but you know, a passport is actually, she's like, but what if I lost my T-point card? And I was like, I'm sure we could get another. You know, but I've been to Yodobashi Camera so many times. I was like, yes, I'm aware. It's a very valid point, but okay. So, but you know, we were just all joking at those things. So only my stuff got lifted, really, which is better that way. And we were able to, so we've contacted the embassy. We stay with Nick for a while, and this is actually crazy. The man had the kindness and the generosity to say, here's every pound I've got on me. Take it. And I said, I'm not taking this. And he was like, take it. Get some dinner. Please don't think of the United Kingdom this way. Please give us another chance. And I was like, dude, he was like, go eat dinner. Get out of here. Make sure you get to your hotel. You're going to be all right. And I was like, I don't know what to do. And then I remember Yuki just kept saying, I think Yuki lost the capacity for normal thought and speech. And she just kept saying, you're an angel. And I was like, well, let's not go that way. Who are you talking to, me or to him? To him. Well, we don't need to go that far. You're an angel. You're an angel. And I was like, well, angels can be plural. There were several, you know, and she's like, you're an angel. And I was like, oh, fuck it.
Giga Saint Nick.
So, yeah, I wish I could take some credit, but apparently I get none. That's fine, though. But thank you, Nick, for the pints. I owe you one when you come back through Japan. And thank you for your angel-like qualities. You know, I appreciate it. I genuinely do. It was an awesome experience, and I will always be wondered how you folded so many euros into such a tight, unkept square. I guess it's so that thieves can't find it. Mine, I was like, my pounds are all spread out perfectly. I even fanned them out of the wallet so they could just take them easily. Yours were, you had them smashed down to a very fine science. But it was an awesome experience. And so we were able to, I think I got a few more pictures here for you guys. Let me see here. We even have, I couldn't see the right one because I loaded these up really quick, but we have a good selfie together. See, I can already tell Yuki's face is still pure panic mode because I know her so well, but I can see that the normalness is returning to her. You know what I mean? Like, I can tell that she's getting better. I can easily tell that she's starting to turn the corner. Yeah, this is her phone right here. And then we went and got these little crispy chicken bites, and we were able to get some ciders, a Caesar salad, and a burger. You can still see it. She's still struggling, man. It's a real. There's the burger and the salad, and it was, and then we made it back home. But I'll tell you about that in a minute. So wait, that's the last one. So like we did not get a Greg's. We tried.
The ground quakes.
So we go to dinner, and I had booked this hotel, luckily in the morning, right before we had everything taken. And it was a nice hotel, but you know what? Sadly, we remember nothing of it. The entire night was fraught with, you know, just trying to plan our next move and how we're going to go from point A to point B, and just trying to figure out, like, you know, it could have been worse. It could have been worse. Let's not worry about it. So the next morning, I woke up pretty early, and the embassy had sent me a message back saying, hey, we can get you an emergency passport if you come here before 10:30. So I was like, okay, let's go. Let's go do it. So I'd already booked the hotel near Fitzrovia so that we could go to Oxford Street that night and take a look, but we didn't even get back to the hotel till like 10. Everything was closed because of the situation. And so now I was like, well, maybe the U.S. Embassy's close. Nope, it's right by the Savoy where we left. It's right where we came from. So, woo! So now we take a black cab back because my Ubers wouldn't work because it was connected to my now canceled card. Ah! So we go, we're taking black cabs everywhere. So of course it is. So we get to the embassy and it's kind of complicated. I had to get these forms printed off at the hotel. There was a lot of confusion. I had to get some pictures taken for my photo for the new passport. I should have mentioned, yes, Nathan, we did, after we left Nick and he went to the match, we went to the police station and we filed a police report. And you know what's crazy? I don't even remember it. I mean, I know we did it, and I know that we did all of the things, and I know that we went to the police station and they're like, we're not helping you. You need to do it all online. So I spent the entire the black cab ride to our new hotel doing all of this stuff online and trying to get a police report. And then they said they'd get back to us, but we got a reference number. It was just like, I was in my phone the whole time. And we got back, and then we woke up in the morning. We went to the embassy. I had printed off all these forms. It was asking me questions like my dad's birthday and all this crazy shit. Anything I could remember, all this stuff.
I hope you and Yuki will in the end look back at this trip fondly.
Sure.
With the memories of having a lovely time together.
Of course we will.
Happens. It's nobody's fault.
No. I mean, certainly not. I mean, I've learned a lot. That's for damn sure. But like, yeah, we did all this. We did all this stuff. I got to the embassy. They wouldn't let Yuki in with her suitcase because it was slightly big, and so she was like, I was like, are you gonna be afraid about? You have to go wait at like a cafe or something. I was like, are you nervous? She's like, no, I have nothing left to steal. Ha. I was like, yeah, I guess that's true. I guess. I was like, well, all right. So you're not too concerned. I was like,
this is our town, scrub.
What's up? I am Tim. So she was like, I was like, well, here's like 20 pounds. At least get yourself like a coffee or something like that. So we had planned the plan was go to Fitzrovia, check out Oxford Street, Harrods. I know it's going to sound stupid, but she was really, really excited to go to Primark. I'd built it up for her so much, and I was going to buy her like the lamest Greg's hats and all this goofy shit. It would have been a perfect place for Yuki, but we never got to go there, unfortunately. I was going to have her go to Greg's, and I was going to have her record a video of eating a sausage roll, and we didn't get to go to that either because we didn't have any of the time, and we couldn't find one in the right timing. So, because Primark's cool, man. I actually like it. It's fun. It has some goofy stuff. It has some affordable clothes. And you know what? If I went to Sunday Tea in a goddamn Sonic Boom sweater, I can wear something from Primark. It's just fun, cheap. And I'd spent enough at that point. That's all I could afford. I went to and like Charlotte had asked me to get some tea. And I looked at 3 different Tesco Expresses and 2 different Waitroses. We never found it. We never were able to find this one tea, and I'm going to have to tell her that, which is very disappointing. And so we got to the embassy, and in about 2.5 hours, I was able to get the passport. Look at this. The very rare, the limited edition, the one-of-a-kind key item, the emergency purple passport. Ooh, purple passport. These ones are pretty rare, baby. Wow, that's pretty cool. So we did get it. I'm not going to dox myself under any circumstance, not again. So, that's rare. That's cool. It's the worst picture of me I've ever seen because I just look completely just awful. It is the bad ending item. That's a fair way to put it. Couldn't you get it in pink? No, I'm afraid not. So we left the embassy. I took us to get a full English breakfast, and I think I didn't. I think it's on. I didn't get. Some of you saw it on Twitter. This English breakfast was absolutely banging, mate. Let me see if I can. Oh wait, I forgot to show you guys some other goofy stuff too. So hold on a minute. Make sure I get some of these extra pictures for you guys, just so we get it all. We get all the cool stuff. We deserve all the bonus pictures. This is good. One second. I'm trying to get there. I'm working on it.
Pete, you are one of my all-time favorite storytellers. I could listen to you talk about paint drying for 2 hours and still be entertained. I'm glad it all worked out well.
Thank you, man. I do appreciate it. Bad things sometimes happen. And how you deal with it, I guess, is supposed to, what they say, build character. And I'm working on it. But it's, I'm just glad that it turned out. And thank you so much, you mother lover.
This is our town, scrub.
Also, we were insured. Didn't matter. They didn't care. Zero return.
Welcome back, Pete.
By the way.
I was so bummed to hear what happened. Glad to have you guys back safe and sound. Was following the pics in the cord. So cute.
Well, that's awesome, man. Thank you for following
the passport picture now has the accurate forehead size.
Dude, it's worse than that. It is the worst. It's so bad. It's so bad. The passport picture. But you know what? Give me a second, guys. I'm loading up the final photos of the trip. I'm loading up the final photos. All right, so happened right out. Thank you very much, Discomo. Appreciate you, man. Thank you to everybody for being here. Fuck yes, you guys are amazing. It makes me feel so good to have a great place, a great community to return to after such a horrible experience. But here's Yuki outside of the Savoy little train. So, and thank you, Kontai. Appreciate you. There's a little place in the. This was fun.
This is our town.
Thank you, gamer.
We love you, Pete.
We are very kind. This was the. Thank you, seriously, appreciate it. I don't know if Allie 90 is still here. She might be gone by now. But this was that the train you missed? No, mate. This was the last meal we had at Paris the night before, and we passed a place that I ate with Allie on our last night. It's the same place we went to, and it's a risotto with good ham and mac and cheese, some salad, and some beers. It was good stuff. So it's my second time being there. This was the fish and chips place. I got another risotto that was like a seafood shrimp, more of a fishy risotto. This was in London. It was really nice. This was good. This was a really, really good food, and I gave Yuki the big shrimp because, you know, she's the cool one. There's the the Nag's Head. There it is. If you need me, that's where you'll find me. Coincidentally, I took this the night before, not actually the night of. It was like the night before we got robbed. So there's the Nag's Head. And then here's Yuki at the Thames Foyer, whatever it's called, before we had the afternoon tea. Look now at the place where that's good. That's a decent That is a decent spread there. So what the plan was, this was 12 pounds. 12 pounds for this. And I asked them for black pudding, but they didn't have it. It's fine. We had to go because we were all the way down near the river now because we had to go back to the embassy. So after we got the sausages were really good. They were very, 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 very good. And the beans were great. Everything was good. The mushroom was fantastic. So I wanted to have now that's a breakfast. It's all I wanted. I just wanted to have one decent.
No black pudding in a full English. Shambles.
You know what, though? We couldn't really be too choosy. We were at this weird part of town, and I've never been there. I didn't know anything, and I wanted to take Yuki to this place that Ian and I went to, but I couldn't. So you sometimes have to make do with what you have. You know what I mean? And this was the closest and most convenient black cab away, and you know what? Whether you think it looks good or not, I don't give a shit because at least we had something that we could be a part of together. And then we went with the last leg of our trip, the very, very, very end. I took her to my all-time favorite building that I've been to in the UK, if not the world. I am a huge fan of the Museum of Natural History. I love reading all of the different plaques. I like seeing all of the useless, not even useless, it's fascinating. All of the rocks, all of the bones, everything. I love this building so much. If they had a Lego of this, I would buy it immediately. I just think it's a really cool place. So Yuki and I were able to go to the museum, and we had a great time. I love that this place was built specifically for that museum. So, the museum is also the place I would go if I had my shit stolen. Solid chance it's there. Well, of course, there's going to be some very good jokes, but I think that's a different museum. This is just a bunch of stuff. Well, okay, whether or not it's stolen or my passport is on display is irrelevant. It's still a very nice building. And it's free. Also, Yuki made this to try to make me feel better. She said, I think she was sad that when she took the picture, there was a person behind me. And she wrote, "I can go home with this purple passport." And she put 2 ghosts attacking my head. 3. So I think that was just her trying to have some fun with it. So at the museum, we did buy a couple of things. I was inspired by our trip. I was inspired by the Christmas spirit. So I bought, with my sole remaining credit card and my last of my funds, I bought a Christmas tree and some Christmas lights. And it's going to be delivered in a few days. And I'm going to build our Christmas and put it in our new home. And I'm going to use this yearly. And at the Museum of Natural History, I was able to get a Charles Darwin ornament. And Yuki and I quite liked this little thing together. And so it'll be our new tradition to buy an ornament everywhere we go and everywhere we travel because, why not? And also, just for the back of my, I had to get something to commemorate our trip in the back there. So I picked up my favorite part of the museum, which was the monkeys that are hanging all along the walls of the museum. I picked up a little monkey. Yeah, I brought Connor along, so got a little. We'll put that over there somewhere. So we have a cool little display. And I got the piece de la resistance. Huge fan of this. my Museum of Natural History Christmas sweater. That's beautiful. Look at it. It's got bones. It's got green and blue.
Our town, scrub.
It's awesome. And so thus concludes the last picture we took, which was we made it to Heathrow. I got a beer. Safe. So there you have it. We made it back. We had a good time. So like, yeah.
This is our town, scrub.
Unbelievable, man. Unbelievable. You need to wear the Santa hat. I'll get one. So like, here's the thing, man. That was
50 subs. Yeehaw!
What? My man. My God, M-Doc. If that was a misclick, just let me know. Thank you very much. Thank you. Unbelievable. So, thank you, man. That helps cover some of the costs. It sure does. I'm glad you had a good time. Maybe even though you had the normal London experience, much love. Now, thank you so much, man. I got to hear the Cleveland alert. There is a couple of things that I learned, right? I learned that, wow, London is a hole. I was naive. I don't know why I thought it was safe. I don't know why I just didn't know. And it's crazy because everybody we talked to after that, every experience, they said, this happens a lot. Even at the embassy, I was like, yeah, I got my wallet stolen. And they said, I'm so sorry. You know, this happens. We get people coming in here every single day for emergency passports. I'm sorry it had to happen to you. And I was like, well, technically it actually happened to my wife, but okay, it happened to me. But like, you know, it was really, really disappointing, but not that bad. You know what? It was a trip of a lifetime. And can you believe, of those stories that I told you in the 3.5 hours, I was only gone for 5 nights.
This is our town, scrub.
5 nights. That's it. 5 nights. I didn't even take a week. And we had so much shit happen. It's unbelievable. Legitimately unbelievable. That was the longest I've ever taken a break from the stream willingly. And it only cost me one night at the Savoy with my butler, Michael, and a bunch of... and one very happy thief. One very happy thief who was probably like, oh, fuck me, mate. This is a fucking banger. But yeah, would you visit any other part of the UK, the non-touristy parts? No, I'm never going back to the UK again. Not under any circumstance ever in my life. No, I would. I'm already looking forward to it. It was one of those things where it was like, you know, it could have happened anywhere. It could have happened in Paris. I'm glad it didn't happen in Paris because it would have been a horrible trip for the rest of it. But like, I think for me, I learned a lot about planning this trip because the real issues were not so much that I got robbed, which was bad. It was that I like planning stuff a lot, but this one was probably organized a little bit too quickly and I had to make too many changes. And so that was really stressful. And it was just, you know, it happened. It's variance. But yes, I just glad we made it back. And it was interesting, man. 3 nights in Paris, 2 nights in London, and 1 very long plane ride home with the emergency passport. Clutched up with the embassy, got through it all. And, you know, Yuki I think she had a really good trip. She's devastated to be back in Japan. Glad you made it back all right. Thank you very much, Odd Minted. All's well that ends well. Yep, got to get a bodyguard like Connor with his guy Code Red. I might have to. I mean, but it's whatever, dudes. It's whatever. It's whatever. She doesn't want to be back. She already wants to travel again. And it was a bunch of good food, a lot of good beers, and just some really wild shit that happened. Glad I got to see Nick. That was a real highlight of the trip, that he made the time to come see me and then also bail me out of a horrible situation. And honestly, I'm glad to be back. I'm glad to be back. And so, is this a recorded video? The stream quality is insane, my guy. This is all pre-recorded. I'm actually still in London. I'm in a gulag. I couldn't escape. I don't have a passport. If you see this video, please contact the U.S. Embassy. They're keeping me under the Thames, under some stupid river. They have all my money and my passports. Get me out of here. No, we had our neighbor take care of Kupo, and Kupo missed me very much. Well, we got video calls daily from the keeper, and she's a Japanese woman. She's very kind, and she kept saying, Kupo misses his mom. And I said, well, what about Papa? And she was like, I think she's missing Yuki. And I was like, well, okay. Can somebody, is it possible? No?
We may have missed you, Saj, but I'm glad you and Yuki got some quality time to yourselves away from the net and normal life grind.
You're right. You're right. It's it was worth it. And that was the first trip of her life. That was her first vacation. And even though we screwed it up, or we didn't do anything wrong, but like, even though there was a lot of setbacks and weird stuff, I definitely think that it was a great vacation worth having. And she will never, ever, ever forget it. She'll never forget it. I would like to go back to the UK. I honestly, I don't like London. London's not for me, man. I've been there twice now, and like I said at the beginning of the show, I feel that there is a great disconnect between everybody in London. It's cold, not in the weather. I just mean everyone just feels like there's a barrier between everybody. Everybody feels, to me, and it's only very anecdotal. I've only been there twice, but both of the times it just felt unwelcome. It felt like a city that used to represent something, but it's kind of just lost its way. And that's like a lot like LA. And so I really enjoyed going to places like Suffolk and the countryside of Essex. Cambridge was beautiful. I absolutely loved Canterbury, Whitstable, Sandwich, Sudbury. All those places were amazing. And so I want to go to the north. I want to go to Liverpool. I want to go to Birmingham. Just kidding. That place. No, I'm kidding. I've heard mixed things of Birmingham, all Coventry and all that. They have a nice library. Sorry to hear what happened, Pete. As an Englishman myself, I can confirm London is a pit. I live near Liverpool in Manchester. So, that's on the list. I want to go to a Nottingham game. I want to go to the actual stadium. I want to see football. I found on TV that I love a show called Match of the Day. I got addicted to that. I love it. I want to go to Cornwall and Yorkshire, and I want to go to Wales and Scotland and Ireland. I really do want to go back. I just feel I feel like that was a really, and and the frustrating thing was I didn't even get to show Yuki the part of the United Kingdom that I love so much, right? Like, I really just wanted to show her all the things that I fell in love with when I went there and why I went out of my way to pivot from Paris to the UK. I would love to go to Sheffield. It was just bad luck, man. It was just really bad luck. So yeah, I've never been to Canada, really, not officially. So, oh wow, it's tough to get tickets at a season con these days. Damn. Well, we'll make it work. Nick had an extra ticket to the game, And I literally, if I was like 2 years away, he was like, "It's sorry, mate. It's only for 65 and up." I was like, after I got robbed, I was like, I think I could pass for it. The Nazgul took my wallet. I think I can. I damn near look 65.
Marry me with my money.
Sorry you had to go through this. I am impressed how you made the best of it. Have a good rest before you meet the affable one.
Dude, what the fuck? Thank you so much, man. Thank you. It's incredibly generous. Speaking of the affable one, after I paid him the 1,800 pounds for the Savoy and Michael, the butler who lost my luggage, dude, thank you very much, mate. I've been told that I will be going to the cold north. And I asked Chris, I said, we've been mates for a long time. He's like, yes, I know. I made you. That's okay. That's not what I was going to say. Yes, what do you want? And I was like, how is it possible that you've never taken me to a warm place? Well, the Connors and the Joeys of the world, they're used to these wonderful warm places.
There is far more to England than London. There are train journeys only 20 minutes from London to places like Hertfordshire, countryside. I am sorry this happened to you. I do hope you both come back and see the better side to England.
I will. I certainly will, mate. I will. I promise.
It's the check.
Sweeney Todd, there's a hole in the world like a great black pit, and it's filled with people who are filled with shit, and the vermin of the world inhabit it.
True. But we did have people who did help us. The woman on the train gave us a bottle of champagne. Nick got us dinner and got us through a tough spot. We had people contacting me, trying to make sure I was safe.
Next time you're in the UK, if you come to Midlands, North, you will have NAST guard, good vibes from the community. I mean, you may lose some SIM cards taken and strange Welsh man talking to you, but we can get around that. Premier smile, Premier wow.
We'll take it. Could be worse.
Fuel for the train, also welcome back. Great story, Pete Peepo Comfy.
Well, I appreciate it, man. I do appreciate it. I think I went to the Lake District car park with Ian for 4 hours once. Don't want to go back to Decathlon unless Ian knows that there's going to be a giant traffic jam getting out, which was horrible. I would say thank you very much, man. But somebody asked what happened to the champagne. Thank you, Denzi. Appreciate you throwing in 5 too, man. Thank you so much. Thank you. And thank you, Shogo Q. Basically, I had this giant bottle of champagne, and before we met Nick...
Better side of England, you say? There's a better place at the side of England for sure. It's called Wales. No.
This is our town, scrub.
Yes, I'm not going to Wales until I will go to Wales. I do want to see it, which I thought was on a separate island because I'm an idiot. But Yuki was like, give Nick the champagne. I was like, Yuki, I'm not going to give him a bottle of champagne to take into a football match. I was like, that would be.
This is our town, scrub.
That would be the most awkward. I was like, no. So we left it for Michael. We left it for Michael to enjoy. And thank you guys for the resubs. I do appreciate it. Thank you, Chris Tort.
That's funny.
Thank you very much. Oh my God, Voyaging B and Guderian. Hontoni arigatou gozaimasu, guys. Thank you.
This is a present from me to you.
It's been a wild stream. I'll tell you that much. Not stream experience, but as I was saying, really, thank you guys. Seriously, thank you so much. God damn, it's amazing. I talked to Chris and I said, why don't you ever take me to the warm parts? He goes, no, we'll save those for the luxurious YouTubers and the like. I was like, but you always take Connor to cold shit too. And he goes, might as well, Connor likes both.
Sexy club.
Speaking of Chris, the secret sexy club, I was like, nobody likes being freezing. So thank you so much, man. Omega Shadow, thanks for going tier 3, brother. Appreciate that. I've been to the further northernmost point with him. I went to Journey Across Japan, Frozen Frontier with him. I went to the Hokkaido Cyclothon with him. It's like everywhere we go, it is always freezing. But all those whinging aside, I am extraordinarily looking forward to joining Chris on his already great and fantastic Journey Across Japan 6, where Ian and Dave and Chris and Connor and Yotaro and Natsuki and Ellen, everybody's putting in a little overtime. Everyone's putting in a lot of work. And I hope that when I join, we can still get into some really fun stuff. And I hope to it's warm.
Here are some bits. It's the least I can do after you gave me 4,000 times that, and a blue pouch. Also, your passport expires in a few months. That's funny. You're welcome.
You son of a bitch. Oh, thank you, Hypo. I appreciate that. You are horrible. Not you who gifted the subs, but who took my 4,000 bucks. That was devastating, guys. I'm never going to carry that much money. The problem is that I just need to figure out a more elegant solution with the card. But yeah, it was tough. It was tough. It was tough, man. Oof.
Looking forward to seeing you on Journey Across Japan. / you didn't even have to hold on Pan Man hostage this time around.
Well, so, okay, here's a couple of things. Let me... It was around 4,000, at least to my knowledge, because, listen, I know that sounds like a lot of money.
How long will it take you to get a proper passport? How will that process go?
Let me go step by step. So I've never traveled on this kind of experience, and this sounds so stupid, but everything... I wanted it to be perfect for Yuki, and that's not an excuse. And I didn't know if my cards would work, and I didn't know if the limits would work. I didn't know if anything would work. So I wanted to be ready for any and all possibilities. So I had some euros still from the last time I was in Paris. I had some pounds left over from the last time I was in London.
That's funny.
And I had a bunch of yen available that I had taken out the day before in case of an emergency. This was never supposed to leave the safes. It does make sense. It makes a lot of sense. I know it may not. Thank you very much, Cherno. I appreciate you. You may not understand it from my perspective, or from your own perspective, but I didn't want to be in a situation which honestly is exactly what happened, right? Like, I had to switch the entire plan of the trip 3 times. We rebooked the place, the hotel, the plane. We rebooked the plane, had to add an extra hotel night. We had to, I wanted to make sure that I had enough money for these. What if she saw something she really wanted that I don't know what it was? What if there was a medical emergency where something happens to one of us and I have to pay for some sort of emergency surgery and my card doesn't work and nothing's working. So it was like, now that I know that things are different, I can adjust accordingly, but I didn't want to be in a worst case scenario where something happened and I can't fix it. And, yeah, it sucks. She was alone for 15 minutes, and that's when we got robbed. It was the only time that thing was not under lock and key. It was the only time that I didn't have that money directly on my person. And, it happens. And now I learned. And next time, and again, this trip was booked under extremely short notice. It was the perfect heist. So... if next time I could have contacted the bank and said, hey, here's the things I'm planning. Here's the things I want to do. Can we make sure that this is going to be opening? So, as much as it pains me, I would have helped you if you needed it. It's all right, man. It's all good. So, and I would have left the money at the Savoy if they hadn't lost my bags the night before. It was that one small fly in the ointment, a spanner in the works, that if they hadn't lost my bags, I would have left it with them. So it was a tough call, man. It was, and if I wasn't going to a pub and I'd checked out the pub the night before, and it was just banging it was full. And I knew that I had a tendency to like leave my phone next to my lap when I'm talking and drinking because I live in Japan. Or I knew I had a tendency that if I was getting a beer and I was a little inebriated, what if somebody just reached into my pocket? Or what if I thought it would be safest with her? And it just so happens that we both got. It is what it is. I fucked up. All right? I know. I've thought about it. I didn't know London had a bad reputation. But I learned a lot, and it's cool. It's cool, man. It's cool. It's just money. You know? We stay full in Japan. I know, man. I'm so dumb.
Sorry about the absolute state of London.
Mate, Curry, half and half. Welcome back, man. I appreciate you. And how you doing? Alex, thank you for the 5,000 bits, brother. You know what? It was a beautiful city. It was a beautiful city. I wish it was as safe as Tokyo because there's a lot of cool stuff there. Broad daylight, middle of the afternoon, beautifully clear day. It was the one time I was not with Yuki, and bang, gone. You know, that's how it goes. That's how it goes. And my mother always told me that crime has no address, mate. But here's the good news. I will be joining with Chris on Journey Across Japan around the middle of the month, right? Middle of the month.
Just make sure Chris pay you this time.
Oh, of course. I'm going to make him pay for everything, mate. So here's the good news. If you look at it in totality, if we go back just 2 months ago, from October to the last 3 months of this year, we had the unconscionably cool RV trip that was just f***ing insane. That was awesome. We had TwitchCon Vegas, which f***ing sucked. I mean, it didn't suck, but I got sick. And hanging out with Ludwig and Connor was cool. But the rest of it, and I met some amazing people. I did. But I was very ill for that. I got really sick on that experience. I came back and we had the absolute most hours I've ever streamed in a month last November. We played so many games. Star Ocean 2. We had Super Mario RPG, Spider-Man. We got to touch a little bit and take a look. We played Theatrhythm, Suika game, top score, 3570. Not even going to say it, but that's what we got. We even had another Trash Taste episode. We did a lot of stuff that we packed into November. And then the first week of December, I went on vacation with Yuki. We had a great time.
Oh, that's funny.
Dude, thank you, Moon Moose. I appreciate you, brother, throwing in 5. Thank you. We played Celeste. I have some really, really cool things down the pipeline for this year, the end of this year. I did. I forgot that was October, man. It seems like so long ago. I got to see Arthur and Nathan and Lexi and a bunch of cool people swung by through Tokyo. And that was actually more expensive than I got robbed twice from Teddy and Nathan. I lost more money trying to buy him. Could have taken him to McDonald's. But, so here's the other thing. I missed the awards show. And I know that on the Trash Taste episode, the overwhelming remark was that I said there was no good games that came out in 2023. Whatever, we'll address that later. So it's fine. It's fine.
I found 300 bits. You robbed me. Kappa.
Hey, listen, I'm going to stick with this. I honestly, my justification for why 2023 was a disappointing year, I still think is valid. I will die on that hill, and I don't care that everybody, how long did you play Baldur's Gate? 170 hours. And that was it's not an L. My clarification is perfect.
I'm sorry you have to experience this in London. I am going to UK this coming Tuesday. Wish me luck. Seriously, bless you and Yuki. Always stay positive and don't let PTSD get to you, but always be careful. Great day and good luck to you in the Japan trip.
I appreciate that, man. Thank you for the 5 and good luck and stay safe out there. Keep your wallet and your passport close. You don't play enough games to say that. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I think the problem was my feeling was that this year will always be defined with notable exceptions, Sea of Stars, Dave the Diver, Lies of P, there are Hi-Fi Rush. It was so many remasters, reimaginings, and sequels. And just like the movie industry, I tend to prefer new IPs. That's what and if you don't like RPGs or sequels, you're going to have, this year was pretty much, it relied heavily, massively on established IPs. Big time. Look, and I even clarified it. And I said, like, these games were great and they're amazing titles. And the bad part was I said not good game. And I also excluded RPGs because I felt like this was a major RPG year. And I was like, it was a very bad take unless I was able to give it nuance. That's my bad. I should have given it more nuance. I should have given it more clarification. But when you're in the middle of a hot seat talking to the boys and it's called trash taste, it's not called nuanced, thought out, well-researched takes. I didn't exclude so much. I just said one genre. It's called trash taste. So yes, that was my bad. I'll never be able to live it down. People are going to be talking about that shit for years. And it. Probably the guy who robbed me was like, that's why. So, all I would say was, I love Street Fighter 6. I love Baldur's Gate 3. I absolutely adore Final Fantasy 16. All of these games, Spider-Man 2. My only thing was Resident Evil 4, Star Ocean Remake, Super Mario RPG Remake. My only problem I genuinely felt was, I feel like I've played these games before. They're just better and exciting and continuations of games that I've played. And that's it. And like Star Ocean was a remake. So like those can still be really good. Those can still be amazing experiences and they're fun to revisit. But like Baldur's Gate is like nothing else. Come on, it's like Divinity. It is. And Baldur's Gate is the best version of that. It is the best version of a Divinity game that I will ever play. And I really, really love Baldur's Gate 1 and 2. But come on, it's like, Sea of Stars, I said it was a notable exception. Just like Chained Echoes before it. It's way better than Divinity. It's way better than Divinity. It is. But like, thank you guys for the 48 subs. Thank you for the 7,900 bits. Thank you for the 50 subs that dropped before that, right before that hype train. So like, yeah, it's like, I feel like I fucked up with my nuance. That's all. I'm an idiot.
So sorry this all happened. Glad you and Yuki got home safe and sound.
Thank you.
Go grab a meal at the Kirby Cafe with Yuki. You deserve it. It's fantastic.
I'm not going to be spending any money for a while. I feel like, I feel like I got robbed because of my bad game taste. I wish I could take that one back. As someone who loves video games and champions video games and absolutely thinks this year was really fucking good for games, I just happened to say the opposite because I was thinking as a streaming perspective instead of as a consuming perspective. I deserve all of the crime and punishment. It's my fault. I'm okay with it. It's too late. The cat's out of the bag. I've already said what I said. It's my loss. It's cool. Oshima Goon, brother. Thank you, man. It's very kind of you, dude. Thank you so much. Seriously, thank you. So, hontou ni arigatou gozaimasu, man. Thank you. So let me tell you guys what's on the plan I call him Gun because I thought his name being Oshima, it was a Japanese reference. In Gun in Japan, it means like army or group. So it's pronounced Gun here. So I always thought that was like the Oshima army. And even though he corrected me that it's not, he said it was cool that I could keep saying it. So, it's fun. So, all right. So here's what we're going to do. Premier Goon, that's right, man. Here's what's going to happen this week, okay?
You are the same age as me. We 40s don't have bad takes.
Well, I wish I could agree. Pete, play that Twitch recap game and see if you and chat can beat my score. Let me wait 1 second. I don't know if I'll be playing games tonight. So let me set the table for you guys. Here's what I'm thinking. This week we have I can't believe it. I only got 5 more days before I've got to bounce towards meeting Chris. So it's gonna be quick.
This is our town, scrub.
Thank you, Siegfried. It's a boy. We'll name him Rob. I'm leaving you guys, but you'll see me on Chris's channel, so it's not so bad. This week, I do plan to have one more IRL drinking adventure here in Japan, so we can see, because I liked doing the Nakano one and I liked doing the Kichijoji one. So in a couple of days, we'll take the backpack out and we'll go on a trip and we'll try to meet some new people. We'll try to meet some new folks. And I think that whether those go poorly or not is okay, as long as we try. And, I don't think they're always going to be as successful as the first 2 that we had, but let's try our best. Let's go ahead and do it. It's a DJ night. It's a Ban Me stream. It's going to be good. I am considering going back to, I would love to meet Rob. Actually, honestly, I would love to, I'm planning a collab with him. He's one of my favorite streamers. You guys know that. I champion all the work he does. I've been a huge fan of his for years, literally years. So someday I'm going to make that work. But we're going to, and thank you very much, Pi Mai Kai. I'm going to do that. I want to revisit Spider-Man 2 story. The only thing I really dislike about Spider-Man 2 is the menu glut of just
this is our town,
too many menus of stuff that I don't really care about. And also I don't really mind the just some of the side quests. But we're going to stick to the story and we're going to have some fun with it. And thank you very much, Taylor, 4200. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. I would like to, but I think the story is going to be amazing. Then I would like to revisit possibly some honestly, Final Fantasy 16. I might actually end up finishing it next year. Like when we get the Leviathan DLC, it deserves to be finished. It does. I do need to start Final Fantasy 14, but that'll be just once a week. That'll be just once a week kind of stuff. I need to get back into my warrior ways. We're going to start tanking some dungeons. If you want to be a part of the kind of free company or some sort of if you want to play with me, that's cool too. We can get a full party together and do some raids. You guys can watch me tank and suck. So, got to relearn my rotations. Got to work on all that shit again. I'll probably do a little bit of that off stream. I was going to do Season of Discovery, but I'm probably not going to have time for it. There's a couple of games here and there that are on my radar, but I think Spider-Man, if we get some more cool collabs with Mouse and the gang for some Lethal Company, that was always fun. Connor, Fortnite, cool stuff like that. But, I'm just going to, just kind of figure it out. But this week's going to be pretty packed. I've got 2 more secret plans that are in the very early planning phase. And if one of them goes out and it works out, I'll know in a couple of days. It'll be awesome. That's at the end of the year. We've got some Christmas plans. So yeah, I'm actually really significantly trying to get some original content going. I kind of liked it. I really enjoyed doing the Lego stream and the dot decor and more where we built the art stream. I like learning how to, the YouTube channel's really given me a chance to work on my introductions and like trying out all these cool new skills, and I feel like it keeps me sharp. So yeah. Wow. That's it. I did not see the GTA 6 trailer yet. I'm on Ultros server, and holy shit!
For the Drinking Money Fund, I joined Later You Biking 2024 with Rob.
Thanks, man. It's been a minute since I've had a beer too, but we're gonna make it work. And I will say, how else do we say it? I mean, I was on the airplane. Thank you very much, man. I will use that for drinks. We'll try to make it work. But she's probably not even going to see this, but as a community, we're very closely entwined. Huge congratulations to Mouse. Come on. That's pretty amazing. Whether you watch her stream or you've only seen her through like the cyclothon, or maybe you've watched some of her subathon or whatever, that is a victory for all of us as a community and as somebody who's been a part of a very small part of her story and her experiences. I was genuinely like fist pumping in the plane. It was amazing. It's so sick. It's so much better when it's one of us.
This is a present from me to you.
Yo, old timer Mike getting in on the action. Thank you, brother. Thank you so much. It's thank you. It was awesome. She deserves it. There's no other words to describe it other than she has a sheer force of will. She's very inspiring. She's very friendly. She's very supportive. I remember I was really nervous. I mean, I have like 15 different stories about how personally she's come to bat for me and helped me out. And the only regret I ever have of meeting Mouse was
Here's some money.
My Ram Ranch cover.
Let this go to the vacations recovery. Thanks for the very entertaining streams.
It's my pleasure, man. I appreciate that. I really do. I do appreciate that. Thank you so fucking much for the 3570, brother. Thank you. I donate blood a lot more because of her. I respect her more than I have words to express. It's kind of hard. It's really tough to put it into words. I think that, Connor's a good friend of us at this channel, and I think that he really did put it best in his tweet. I think that he just has, it makes you reevaluate. It really does. It makes you reevaluate how you approach certain situations and what you take a lot for granted. And I think that what an awesome opportunity to meet her. And I really feel like it's just great. It's really hard to describe. So I'll leave it to those who are better at it than me. He worded it perfectly. Man, what a victory. It's so damn rewarding to see people achieve success who deserve it, who legitimately deserve it. And then you're like, that's so validating. So some fucker stole my wallet, but hey, Mouse won Content Creator of the Year. There's some weird cosmic balance out there. What up, One Man Band? Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Welcome back, brother. Hideo Kojima knows about Mouse. He sure does. It's a fair trade. But what up? How you doing, man? It's nice to have you back here. The Ottawa Outlaw. Tommy Cheeky Cheeks. 6 months. Let's go. Let's do it, man. How you doing, dude? So, yeah, I'm very excited for this month. It's going to go by really fast, though.
You know I love your content even though you know how to prolong every bit of content and keep us on the edge even though we paid for the whole seat.
Hey, I'm still relatively quick, all right? I'm relatively fast when it comes to getting... I mean, sometimes I screw up and I go on tangents, but today was very on point. And working and lurking, nothing wrong with that, brother. Well, I mean, there's other people who take longer. It's fine. It's fine. It's not cope. It's real. So wait, what time is it? Oh man, it's already 12:18. So yeah, this week's going to be crazy. I think there's a 50-50 chance that I will be back streaming tomorrow. If I do, it'll almost certainly be a hardcore story mode run of Spider-Man 2 because I do want to finish that game. Kind of restless. And then that's probably, but if I don't, I'll be back Monday. And one of these days, very soon, we're going to hit the IRLs. So it's going to be busy. It's going to be busy. Tomorrow is Ludwig's dodgeball match. Excellent.
This is our
That'll be great. I can't wait to see that, actually. I think that the Mogul chess team's going to win. That's my guess. What's up, D? How you doing, man? Welcome back. 21 months. Appreciate that. But yeah, it's what a day. And then I get to see Chris in a matter of moments. I'll be heading up north to see Chris. By the way, how was your messed up sleep schedule helped you when you were in Europe? It was perfect. I did not miss a beat at all. The minute I touched down in Paris, that's why I was able to drink till 3. I had zero trouble the entire week. Zero trouble, period. It was amazing. So now now I'm kind of screwed up here, but we're back on the diet. I hate to admit it. I got to, at the Winston Churchill suite, they had a scale and I stepped on it and I thought, oh my f***ing God. Is this broken? So I bought this. Bought this immediately. I don't weigh 55. I bought that the minute I stepped on that scale because for me, genuinely what helps me is daily check-ins. It helps me see like the little I like to see the progress daily. Even though it's more of like a week-long or 2-week-long or 3-week-long thing, I like to have the daily. I like to record it. It's going to be it's on now. Although the boozing night probably won't help. Neither will being with Chris. But I can start this week, get 4 or 5 days in, and just whoa, Bubby, it was not good. It was not good, but we're gonna get there. Have you started the process of getting your new permanent passport? I have not. So cool little trivia piece. The passport lasts for a year. The emergency passport can be used for 1 whole year, and I won't let it go that long. I'm going to get mine replaced probably in January or so. I just got back last night, pretty late, so I've been home for about 24 hours, thereabouts, so haven't had a chance to really reset stuff yet. Unpacked, got to do all this stuff, just take care of business and set up the stream, get your new animated emotes. I think we have 10 now, something like that. You have the Glizzy is back. I don't know if those, we have some of the old ridiculously stupid stuff back. I'm sure that this scale is probably a better scale, but I just need something to keep regularly. And I do not have to go back to, I don't have to go back to the United States to get a new passport. I can go to the embassy here in Japan. They can sort me out, take care of me. But what a ride, guys. 5 nights in Europe. That's all it was. 5 nights. And we got absolutely just ridiculously whirlwind of emotions. The highlights were the food, the places we got to walk and talk and see, and actually seeing Yuki completely unfiltered and unfettered with like the worries of work and the pressures of her job, and just seeing her have like this youthful delight of like seeing all these things. That was the best. That was the best. All in all, I 100% enjoyed my honeymoon. It was fantastic. I loved Europe. I loved the United Kingdom. I hate Big Ben. What a worthless clock. Everyone has an iPhone now. You don't even need the piece of just look at your... Actually, don't take your phone out in central London. It'll probably get taken out of your hand immediately. That's why that clock is there, because no one can be trusted enough to even look at their watch without it getting pilfered. Ridiculous, I say. Take fucking God. So, yeah, it was, other than some horrible bastards who ruined some of the trip, it was cool. It was cool, man. Beautiful city. I wish we could have gone to Oxford Street and Regent Street. I wish we could have gone to Trafalgar Square.
As long you and Yuki had fun, even what happened.
Yeah, I mean, like, it was fun. And, like, Paris was perfect. We had no problems in Paris other than, like, the weather. The weather was a bit shit, you know, and so we were trying to battle some of the, like, that aspect of it. But all in all, guys, it was fantastic. And it felt longer than it was. It genuinely felt like it was months or weeks long. It's genuinely astonishing to me how much time has passed. It's only been like a week. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. But good times, absolutely. So yeah, I think this is probably a decent place to call it for the night. I'm gonna go take a bath, and I hope I don't get robbed on my way to the bathtub. That's why now when I watch Snatch, I can totally understand Dennis Farina's character, where they're like, anything to declare? When he leaves, he goes, yeah, don't go to London.
The ground quakes.
I totally understand now. I totally get why he said that. I thought he was just fucking around. Nope, he was 100% true. Yeah, Japan tricked me. And thank you very much, Edamu. Appreciate you, dude. Japan tricked me. I thought I was safe. I thought that I was going to be okay because of how I lived here. All right. Let us go. What a day, guys. What a day. Thank you for hanging around with me during this recap stream. Apologies that I did not get a chance to really thank everyone properly and individually who did resubscribe. I do appreciate that. Whew. So who's ready for TwitchCon EU? Let's fire it up. Let's run it back. Let's have another PremierCon. Let's get it on. That'll be great. Let's do it. I would love to go to Newcastle. I want a massive sandwich. I'm starving now. I'll be there. Hell yes. Let's do it. That was I owe you all the beers in the world. How about this? When Nick comes to PremierCon, he just stands in one place and we all just buy him a pint. we just all hook him up endlessly until he taps out. It's the least we can do for saving my life. All right. I'm in Japan, so I can't. Never say never. Never say never. So, what's up, 7 feet? I know you'll be there, buddy. I'm trying to figure out where we're going to go here. We're going to go say hi to our good Hawaiian friend. He's one of my favorite streamers. Got to meet him when I was in TwitchCon Vegas. His name is Rig Andrew, Retro Island Gaming. He's playing Final Fantasy Adventure 2 from the Game Boy, which is a Final Fantasy Legend. He's an awesome dude. Guys, did Pete's middle part of the mustache disappear? Come on, man. I don't have it. I've never had it. Thank you to everybody who lurked. Thank you to everyone who chatted. Thank you to everyone who was kind enough to spend some of their money donating some bits, some dollars, some subs. Thank you guys so much. Thank you to the mod team. I appreciate it. Thank you to everybody who wished me well in the Discord, who was there for me when I was trying to get out of this hellish hole they call London. You guys are fantastic. I'll probably see you tomorrow, but if not then, definitely Monday. Thank you guys so much. Man, I can't believe we're back. And you know what? At the end of the day, as long as Yuki's safe, nothing will ever bring me down. Certainly not money or a passport or... I can't believe the money's gone!
3, 2,
How did I lose so much money? And a passport? Are you kidding me? Unbelievable. Wait, I've already sunlight. It's over. You can tell him next time. Yuki says goodnight. Stop! We're not going to have time to fix it. I think we should just... See you guys. See you guys. Have a good